This broadcast is copywritten by the SAGU Sports Network for the private use of our audience. Any other use of the broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the SAGU Sports Network consent is prohibited.
Welcome to the SAGU Sports Network from beautiful Lumpkin Stadium here in Waxahachie, Texas. We are live for our final broadcast of the 2021 fall football season. I'm Adam Ferguson, joined by my partner, Tim Roberts, as always, as well as NAIAF Ball's own Corey Thorpe. Tim, Corey, how y'all doing today?
I'm doing well. How about y'all?
Yeah, doing good. We got one more. We got one more. We got to make it count. We got to make this one count. We got to do a good job today. That's our pep talk.
Absolutely. it is senior day today here for the home team SAGU Lions. So we have a special performance, special speech, whatever you want to call it, coming up here in pregame. So you're going to want to stick around for that. Whatever you want to call it. It's coming up here in pregame. But first, we're going to bring it to a bigger level. We're going to start every broadcast like we have in the past 5 broadcasts we've been doing. We've been talking NAIA football, which is a refreshing change. It's nice to look at things outside the Student Athletic Conference, and in order to do so, that's why we bring the big brains in, like Corey Thorpe. So Corey, we're going to start with you. We're at the time of year where the playoff picture is starting to form here for the NAIA, and again, we'll say this every time. If you're not familiar with the NAIA polls, it's every 2 weeks instead of every week. So you kind of have a more of a gap in there as far as where you think teams are going to finish and playoff implications. But Corey, I'm going to kick it off to you. The picture is starting to form. What are you seeing there at the top of the NAIA?
Yeah, so Lindsey Wilson, Northwestern, Morningside are all 3 up there. Grandview, Baker, kind of those top 7 teams are pretty solid in there. I do want to correct one thing I've heard you say. The polls on the coaches poll is every week, except for kind of that first poll. That first poll takes a couple weeks after that when they get going. But other than that, it's every week. And so we will be seeing those weekly polls through the end of the year here.
That's why we bring in the big brains to let me know when I mess up. So I appreciate that, Corey. So there you hear the typical people, the typical teams at the top, the Lindsey Wilsons, the Morningsides. They're going to be there year in and year out. Now, after you get to that top 5, you hit number 6 through 10 and a little bit under that, it starts to get a little bit messy. You don't know who's going to be able to compete with who. What is that looking like? What are the teams that are there in the 6 to 10 range that you think could make some noise in the playoffs?
Kansas Wesleyan's got a really good offense. They've got a couple of fantastic wide receivers there, and Isaiah Randall at quarterback is one of the best in the nation. Indiana Wesleyan has a great running back by the name of Devodney Alford that is really good, is tearing up the Mid-States, Mid-East. Reinhardt had a big win last week over Faulkner, a little defensive slugfest, and you can't count out Marion and Concordia, who, along with Indiana Wesleyan, are creating a 3-way tie at the top of the Mid-States Mid-East.
Now, we had a little bit of a Friday Night Lights college football edition last night, and a pretty big matchup, which turned out to be a pretty big matchup. Walk us through. There was an upset last night in St. Thomas. Who tell us what happened last night, Corey.
Gentlemen, if y'all ask me a question, I could not hear it. I have lost it.
That's okay, Corey. Technical difficulties. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes, that's
awesome.
Much better.
Okay. As I was saying, last night, Friday Night Lights college football edition, St. Thomas Southeastern. We had an upset last night. Walk us through a little bit of what happened last night.
We sure did. St. Thomas was at 8-0. Southeastern tripped up early with a loss to Ave Maria, but St. Thomas turns the ball over late in that back and forth affair. Southeastern goes down, has the go-ahead score, wins 34-31. That puts a 4-way tie at the top of the Mid-South Sun Division, which is going to be really interesting coming down the stretch.
Southeastern, of course, being one of our sister schools here at SAGU alongside Evangel. So we keep an eye on them. We'd like to see, and they're on a tear right now, absolutely. Yeah. So Tim, Sooner Athletic Conference, Tim and Corey, Sooner Athletic Conference, going into last week, Ottawa looked like they were running away with the conference. They were almost a top 10 team. They lose to Langston, and now things get really interesting. Tim, last week you said Langston is back. You picked them to win last week. We'll get into that a little bit later. But could 2 teams potentially still, last week it looked like it, I saw the eye roll, could 2 teams from the Sooner Athletic Conference possibly make the playoffs, Corey?
It's going to be hard. I mean, I'm not totally discounting it because there's a lot of chaos going on, especially after last night when the Sun Division makes this 4-way tie. Right now, we've got some interesting stuff going on in the Mid-States Midwest. Judson right now has a multi-score lead over St. Xavier, and Roosevelt hasn't looked good there. Olivet Nazarene hasn't looked great there. So there's a chance that one of those schools might not get an auto bid. And so if there's enough chaos, could you see Ottawa sneak in and get an at-large bid? Maybe, but they've really got to show up, show out, win out, and hope for chaos.
And Corey, kind of remind folks how the playoffs work out, because obviously Ottawa's at 16 right now, but that's not the cutoff point. You don't just get to make it if you're number 16. Talk a little bit about those at-larges and the different conference/division champions.
So we have 12 divisions and conferences in the NAIA. For teams that play in a singular conference, like the Sooner, where there's only the one division, you only get your one auto bid. When you look at a conference like the Mid-South Conference, you've got divisions. And so each division gets an auto bid as long as their division or conference champ is in the top 20 of the NAIA coaches poll. The rest of the spots, that would be a minimum of 4, go to an at-large team. Now, there's a national selection committee that does all the seeding, all the matchups, and selects your at-large teams. And so that's who you're going to be relying on if you're someone like Ottawa to really get there. Looking at it right now, kind of what I project if everything kind of goes chalk from here is that you've got one of Northwestern and Morningside that's going to take an at-large bid, and you've got the other 2 teams from the States Mid-East that are probably going to make it, whether that be Indiana Wesleyan, Marion, or Concordia. 2 of those 3 teams are going to get a playoff bid as an at-large. And then you've got Bethel of Kansas that's played well except for a loss to Kansas Wesleyan. You've got Faulkner that I was at the Faulkner-Reinhardt game last week, and with the eye test, Faulkner's a playoff team to me. They have it. They've got a great defense. They should be there. You've got Dordt that's right there. If Dordt can pull an upset of Northwestern this weekend, they could very well sneak in. We'll have to see what happens down the stretch. There could be a lot of chaos. This is the best time of the year.
Absolutely. I was just about to say, we love this time of the year. It gets into crunch time, and we're looking forward to how the rest of the year is going to pan out here in the NAIA. We're about, it's a beautiful day here in Waxahachie, but we're about 250 feet up in the air up here, Tim. Let's go live down to the field to our field reporter, Will Boone, who's got a field report for us. Will, down to you.
Thanks, Adam. SAGU is back at home this week, hoping to extend their win streak heading into the end of the season. The energy out here on the field is high, but the temperatures are starting to get a little low. Today at Waxahachie, it is a beautiful 72 degrees with crystal clear skies. It did rain earlier this week, but thanks to the turf field, that will not be an issue that affects today's game. We've also had some pretty intense wind speeds this week, but today it's only about 5 miles per hour. Hopefully that wind will be enough to push the Lions to their 3rd consecutive win of the season. That's all back here on the field. Back to you, Adam.
Thanks, Will. It is definitely different weather here at this time. It just last week it was humid. It was almost 90 degrees, and just a week later, that's Texas, though. I guess
we earned this. we earned one beautiful fall day. We have it. It took 6 games to get one beautiful fall game. We're almost November, but we earned this one.
Let's bring it back from the NAIA level to the Sooner Athletic Conference here in preparation for our matchup today. Last week I mentioned an upset. I don't know if you can call it an upset. I don't think Langston considers it an upset, but Langston beats Ottawa 44-41. Crazy game, but they put themselves in the driver's seat of the Sooner. Tim, walk us through what Langston has to do the rest of the year.
Yeah, I probably overstated it last week. I said if they win that, whoever wins that game has a 99% chance of winning the conference. It's probably more like 95 since Langston won, because they still have to win out, or they can afford to lose one game, right, essentially. They've got a game, we'll talk about here in a minute, against Louisiana College today. Then they've got Arizona Christian and SAGU to close out. SAGU's last game is on the road there against Langston. Ottawa has become a huge Arizona Christian and SAGU fan now. Because of the tiebreaker, they have to have them lose both of those. So Langston is sitting pretty right now, but they've got a challenging 1-2 punch to close the year out to really, cinch up the Sooner Conference here. It could be very interesting, especially lose that first one to Arizona Christian. Then SAGU is, playing spoiler mindset all week long for that rivalry game.
And you never need more juice to a SAGU Langston game. But let's go through this week's games here in the Sooner Athletic Conference across the conference. Only 4 this week. Ottawa has a bye. They're off this week. Arizona Christian, OPSU, they go on the road to the Panhandle. 2 o'clock, so they kick off about the same time that we do here in Waxahachie. I'm going Arizona Christian. Tim, who do you got? Then Corey, who do you got?
Yeah, going Firestorm as well. They've been solid all year long. They unfortunately couldn't get those wins over Ottawa or Langston. Or I'm not saying they haven't played Langston yet, but against Texas Wesleyan. But still, they are a solid football team, and they should handle OPSU pretty easily.
Corey?
Absolutely. Going with the Firestorm in this one. OPSU has had its moments, but overall it's been a tough season for the Aggies.
Moving on to Texas College versus Texas Wesleyan. They come to Fort Worth. Again, it's always worth mentioning, right up 287, our rivals to the north, if you will. I got Texas Wesleyan. Texas College, it's been a tough year for Texas College.
Going Rams as well, obviously. They're just this has been their best season by far, putting it together, trying to get some momentum heading in to next year when they look to challenge for the entire conference.
Absolutely. Corey, how about you?
Going to be boring again. Going to go with Texas Wesleyan.
Yep, it's the easy pick.
You can look at the standings, and I want to pick some upsets to try to get back in there, but spoiler alert, there's not many you can pick this week.
The next game also kicking off at 2 o'clock, Langston going on the road to Louisiana College. Langston, of course, coming off that big victory against Ottawa last week. I'm taking Langston. I think you say 95%, but I really do think Langston is back, and I think they are firmly, maybe more than 95% in the driver's seat. I'm going Langston.
They've taken care of business all year long. Louisiana College has been impressive in their first year in the Sooner. They put a lot of great fights up. Interesting to see what they do today. This is going to be a measuring tape game for them, not one you're expecting to win, though.
Corey?
Yeah, it definitely is a measuring tape game for Louisiana College. I really like that idea. Langston is just too well coached, has too good of a culture to go out and lose this game. I think you gotta keep faith in the Sooner.
And then the last matchup today here in Waxahachie, 2 o'clock kickoff coming up here in just a little bit. Wayland Baptist on the road here against SAGU. It's senior day. It's our last broadcast. I can't pick against the Lions. I'm going SAGU, and I think that it's going to be a relatively easier win here for SAGU, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Tim, how about you?
Yeah, Pioneers have struggled this year. They've been really stout in the past years, have had a little bit of an off year, a bit of a down year there for Wayland Baptist. SAGU has been able to take care of business against everybody that they should all year long. They haven't been able to score that upset yet, but for the bottom half of the Sooner they've taken care of, I expect them to take care of business again today here in Waxahachie.
And Corey, how about you?
Yeah, I'm going to go with SAGU. I think Keaton Dudek has another great game for the Lions and just runs over Wayland.
You gotta love when our guests set us up for the future of the pregame here. I love that. There's our picks. Nobody picked any different. We all kind of went with the favorites. I don't want to say it's a bad week of Sooner Athletic Conference football, but it's a lot of top teams facing bottom teams this week.
The 4 you see right there are all top of the conference, and the other four are kind of struggling. It's pretty clear, but there will be some big weeks coming up.
Absolutely. Corey, thank you so much for joining us today. If you guys don't know, joining us now, Corey, we've had Corey on before. He is with NAIA F-Ball. Corey, tell us a little bit about what you do over there and where we can find you.
Absolutely. We do a live show every Monday night on YouTube. Find us at NAIA F-Ball, wherever you are on social media. We're likely there as NAIA F-Ball, whether that be Twitter, whether that be Facebook or Instagram, or on YouTube. Check us out on Monday nights at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. We go over the games of the week and the week that was and just talk about the playoff picture at this point. There's a lot of bracketology that we get to talk about, and it is the absolute best time of the year. You've got great football coming down to the playoffs. You've got World Series baseball, go Braves. And had to put it in there.
Yeah, you Texas. Had to.
And so it's just so much fun. Find us on YouTube at NAIF Ball there. And it's a pleasure, as always, talking to y'all.
Always, Corey. You make us look like smarter people, so we appreciate you coming on. That's Corey Thorpe for you from NAIA F-Ball. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have the Senior Day festivities live right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Welcome, SAGU football fans, to this Senior Day celebration. We have 6 football seniors we would like to honor today. To these individuals, we thank you for being part of the SAGU family, and we pray blessings upon you in your next adventures. Also, thank you to all the families that are here in support for these seniors as well. We know you have played a big part in their careers here at SAGU. Our first senior we'd like to honor,
defensive back number 23, Wade Polk. Wade is a 4-year letterman at SAGU and is escorted by his father Ross and his mother Tricia. Congratulations, Wade. Next, we honor offensive tackle number 78, Hayden Evans. Hayden is a 4-year starter for SAGU and has been named second team All-Sooner Athletic Conference. Today, Hayden is escorted by his father Stephen, his mother Angie. Congratulations, Hayden. Next, we honor offensive lineman number 79, Donald Kinchin. Donald is a 2-year starter for SAGU and is escorted by his teammates Roderick Williams and Antoine McDowell. Congratulations, Donald. Next, we honor defensive lineman number 90, Devontae Crownover. Devontae is a 4-year letterman for SAGU and is escorted by his father, Ernest, his mother, Veronica, his brothers, Ernest, Demetrius, Jacoby, his sister, Alexis, and his brother-in-law, Anthony. Congratulations, Devontae. Next, we honor punter and holder, number 40, Seth Green. Seth is a 3-year letterman for SAGU and has been named All-Sooner Athletic Conference Honorable Mention. Seth is escorted by his father, Brian, his mother, Cindy, his sister, Anna, his fiancée, Natalie, and his grandmother, Juantez. Congratulations, Seth. Our final senior honored today is defensive tackle number 99, Keandre Belcher. Keandre is a 4-year starter for SAGU and has been named first team All-Sooner Athletic Conference. Keandre is escorted by his mother, Lavinia, his stepfather, Jason, his brother, Kevin, his sister, Kianza, his aunt, Renee, his uncle, Parisi, and his brother-in-law, Earl. Congratulations, Keandre. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating the SAGU football seniors.
There you have it, senior day here in Waxahachie from Lumpkin Stadium. If you look behind us, you'll see a live look-in that is live to our double broadcast presentation. We are also over in the Schaefer Center where the SAGU Lady Lions, who notched their 20th win over this past weekend, are taking on, who would have guessed it, the Wayland Baptist Lady Pioneers. They are currently up 1-0. That Hank Moore, man, he's been here for 2-3 years at this point. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's been over 20 years that Hank Moore has been here, been the head coach of that Lady Lions, and he does a great job year in and year out, and he's got another solid squad. So keep an eye out for some look-ins today as we progress through the afternoon. They start at about 1 o'clock, so just keep an eye out for some double feature. Here for the SAGU Sports Network today.
And a SAGU Wayland Baptist doubleheader. I mean,
I'd love to see that.
How'd they schedule that so perfectly?
Yeah, seriously.
I wonder if they just say, hey, everybody, we're taking one big bus down there. We're going to let's just save the gas.
There we go. So let's move on to the matchup here today, Tim. Of course, Wayland Baptist going on the road facing the SAGU Lions here today on Senior Day. Let's start with players to watch, and you can't start with players to watch without talking about SAGU's best player, Keaton Dudek. Tim, the all-time single-season, I don't want to say all-time, the single-season record holder for yards and touchdowns in Keaton Dudek. What does it mean to have a guy like him on this offense?
I mean, it's changed the way this offense operates. It's always been a passing offense in the past. He broke the record so quickly because this has never been SAGU's identity. He has really changed the entire way that SAGU operates, and it has been crucial to keep Barlow fresh, opens things up for him to throw. So, I mean, he has been the absolute gears for this offense all year long.
The leading rusher in the nation, and when it comes to running backs that have come through here at SAGU, being the greatest of all time is not fantasy when it comes to Keaton Dudek. Yeah. Let's move on to Zachariah Johnson. Going to play a big role today here in the receiving corps. Jamal Long is out. He got banged up last week, hurt his knee a little bit. He's on crutches. He's in sweatpants. He's not playing today. Yeah. He is out for the game. Zachariah Johnson, while Jamal Long was healthy, has turned into the leading receiver for SAGU, the most receptions on the team with 36, and he's become a quick favorite of Jordan Barlow.
He runs the routes that Barlow likes, those quick slants, those kind of screen patterns. He's there for him. He's consistent. Not necessarily going to be the big play, 60-yard type of guy, but he is just that consistent guy that Barlow can always know he's open.
And you keep an eye on him. And again, he wears number 11. His twin brother, Zachary Johnson, is also heavily involved in the offense, wears number 9. So keep an eye out for both of them. They're really fun to watch, and they actually have drawn up some plays the last few weeks that have been really creative to get the ball in their hands. I'm talking jet sweeps, screens, so you're definitely going to see a good dose of the Johnson brothers today. And then lastly, of course, I'm cheating again here. I'm going 2 players to watch because they were so ridiculous last week I couldn't just pick one. Drake Rodriguez and senior Keandre Belcher. Last week, 2 sacks, 5 tackles for loss. They've got 18.5 tackles for loss on the season. These two are absolutely insane up front.
Yeah, I mean, every time the play ends, you just know one of them is in on it. They find a way to the play every single time. And obviously, Belcher, sometimes even when you block him, it's wrong. We saw last week, he got blocked, so he was the last guy between the quarterback and a huge scramble. So they're always there somehow.
And talk about record holders. We talk about Keaton Dudek all we want. Drake Rodriguez is extending that sack record, which he set last season. So he's got a lot to work with, and I think he's going to make that record a little untouchable.
After a while, it's just going to be, nope, we're not getting near it.
Just catch up to him. So, Tim, walk us through your players to watch for Wayland Baptist.
Yeah, Nick Quintero, we've seen him before around here, familiar name, quarterback of the Wayland Baptist Pioneers. Over 1,000 yards passing on the season. Even touchdown interception ratio, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. So obviously you want to see that number go a little bit higher. Right. Avoid the mistakes today. Second, wide receiver Skylar Witten. He leads the team with 65 yards per game receiving. So look for him to be a big part. We've seen some receivers have really good games against the SAGU secondary. Sometimes there can be a weak spot there in the middle. So watch for Witten to be the guy that's aiming for the middle of the field. I promise I didn't pick him just because his last name's Witten. I know that sounded like a giveaway.
It's spelled differently, Tim.
There's an H. There's an H. It wasn't just an automatic for me. Lastly, defensive line Kevin White. He's really come alive. He has 4 sacks in the last 4 games, had a season-high 9 tackles last week. So sometimes you're not looking necessarily at the full season stats. You're looking at who's hot right now, and Kevin White has been really hot these last 4 weeks, notching an average of 1 sack a game. He needs to get 1 or 2 today to help Wayland really hold this Lions offense in check.
Our sideline reporter, Will Boone, is with the man at the helm for the SAGU Lions, Coach Ryan Smith. Will, down to you.
Thanks, Adam. Coach, you defeated Lyon College last week to get your first win streak of this season. How does it feel to have that energy coming into the game today?
I thought us being consistent throughout 8 quarters was really important. I was really proud of how we came back second half. That's kind of been our MO all years. We fix things at halftime and come out and have a good second half. You kind of take that over next week, but you start to build on the fact of, great teams do ordinary things really well and really consistently. So that's been our big, message this week is no distractions and just do the ordinary really well and really consistently.
Your offensive line, led by center Evan Greathouse, has paved the way all season for one of the best backfields in the nation. What are you expecting from your Big Five today?
Hayden, Antoine, Greathouse, Don, and Rod, and then you mix Avery in there with those guys, and then you throw our tight ends in. they've done a tremendous job all year. I've known 3 of those guys for a very long time, and then obviously I've coached Greathouse 8 for the last 3 years. So, having those guys and being able to trust them, and their communication on the sideline is really good and helps us kind of fix things just because they're older and they're more mature. So we expect them to do what they do, to create leverage, give us vertical space, and give us creases to run in, and Duddick and the rest of our backfield to just continue to run well. And even Jordan's done a tremendous job running the ball this year.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck today. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Coach Smith. Let's move on to the keys, what they're going to be, what we think they're going to have to do today to walk away with the win. Let's start with SAGU. We talk about keeping a team on and off and staying ahead of the sticks, but for SAGU's defense, you got to keep them behind the sticks because Wayland Baptist only converts 25% of the third down tries. You're not going to win many games with those kind of numbers. If SAGU can keep them to third downs and not allow them to get first downs on first and second, they're going to be in good shape today. Moving on until something that we've seen over the past few broadcasts that we've done, SAGU's gotten off to slow starts. You don't want to wait until the second half because that's when things start to get dangerous. They got off to a slow start last week, and my question is, why wait? Now, I know it's simpler than that, and that's way too simple. You can't just wait. I get it, but why wait? Get a lead in the first half and coast in the second half. Quit making it a nail-biter. And, of course, my last one is keep momentum. Going back to last season, 9 games in a row up until last week where they alternated wins and losses going back to last year. Now, you're going to finish 500 at that point. So they had their win last year, which is their first winning streak since last season. Won 2 in a row. They got a matchup today against Wayland Baptist. They got a matchup next week against Texas College. If you can go on the road into Langston with a 4-game win streak, you have to feel good about your chances going into that one.
Yeah, you got to keep taking care of business. Win today clinches a winning season. Your second in a row. Yep. Get another next week at 7. And yeah, you go into that Langston game going, all right, let's take a swing at the Giant today and see what happens.
Especially a team that plays Arizona Christian.
Yeah, and that game could be absolutely, all eyes in the nation could be on that game if things go different next week. It all comes down to what the Firestorm can do, but all eyes in the nation could be on that game and what SAGU can do.
I'm already excited for it, so we'll see. Tim, walk us through Wayland Baptist. What do they have to do today?
First things first, convert in the red zone. This year they are 11 for 20 in scoring in the red zone. That's not a touchdown ratio, that's scoring. That's not even a great touchdown ratio. You've got to finish drives off. You've got to make sure you get the points when you need them. That second point right here, get to 28 points. They're only averaging around 16 points per game. You're going to need 28 today. You're going to need at least 28 to keep pace with these Lions and have a chance to win. Last, keep Keaton to 104. 104 yards is the most yards they've allowed to any individual rusher all year long. So essentially only around 100-yard rusher for the season. If you can keep SAGU's Keaton Duddick to that level, you're going to be in a lot better shape. If you have a new leading rusher on your chart this week, you're in trouble.
Absolutely. We're in store for a good one here as we get our last broadcast underway here in just a couple of minutes. Again, it is senior day. It's been a really fun season, Tim. It's been fun to watch. SAGU has definitely turned things around over the past couple of seasons, have really found their stride and have been really fun to watch. Now, going into, as of this game, let's talk. I want to look ahead. Let's talk about Langston. Assuming they beat Arizona Christian, at that point, do they have the conference wrapped up?
Yes, at that point, because even if they lose one game, they would be tied with Ottawa, and they have the tiebreaker. So they have to lose 2. So their magic number is 2. 1 loss by Arizona Christian or by Ottawa, or 2 wins on their part. They'll probably get a win today against Louisiana College. If that stunning upset were to happen, then everything falls on its head.
Oh, yeah.
It's really going to be next week and the week after that'll determine whether or not Lynx is going to walk away with this. But yeah, a win today and a win next Saturday doesn't make that last game meaningless. Right. They still need to win that game to move up in the polls, make sure they don't slip too far towards 16, where they might lose out the spot. But yeah, they can clinch it all up in the next 2 weeks. If they don't, then SAGU is going to have a shot at doing something really special about 2 weeks from today.
Absolutely. You got to think that Langston at this point is looking, you can't maybe afford to do it, but they may be looking a little past that Sooner Athletic Conference title and looking into sneaking into the playoff. It is so interesting right now in Sooner Athletic Conference. We thought Ottawa was going to run away with it, but Langston has really made some noise. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go live to the field for the opening prayer, national anthem, and coin toss. Wayland Baptist versus SAGU coming your way right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
And now at this time, we ask everyone to please stand and remove your hats as we honor God in prayer. Then please remain standing and face the flag as we honor our nation with the singing of the national anthem of the United States of America, performed by SAGU football player Jedediah Massey. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today, for this time here. And Lord, I ask that you protect all the players from all harm. Lord, be with us on our travels back home as well. Lord, we pray that win or lose, we give you all the praise and glory for it. We thank you for everything that you do in our lives. And we ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
There we have it. As we get ready for the opening coin toss here, we'll take a look at who the captains are for both respective teams. For SAGU today, honoring the seniors. I'm going to list the seniors here. There were 6. Wade Polk, number 23, is injured, but Wade Polk, first senior honored. Seth Green, the phenomenal punter so far this season, also a senior. Hayden Evans and Donald Kinchin, 2 really big pieces of this offensive line, as well honored ahead of the game. Devontae Crownover, defensive lineman, really good depth there from big number 90. And of course, 99, Keandre Belcher. And it looks like today the captains will be the seniors that were honored ahead of the game, as well as Jordan Barlow and Blaine Rao. For Wayland Baptist, we see Tyrell McAllister out there as a captain. We see Brendan Strickland as a captain. We see big number 66, Evan Mickens. And then lastly, it looks like Terry York as a captain as well. Or correction, we have Brooke Quinones as the captain, the quarterback for Wayland Baptist. We will see who will start with the ball here between the Pioneers and the Lions.
Wayland looks like they won the toss.
Looks like they did win.
Seems that they have deferred to the second half.
No, Wayland will receive. They will receive.
So they'll start with the ball. I always love the psychology behind what you do after a coin toss. I don't know that it matters all that much. By the time you played 60 minutes of football, that's probably the least important decision you've made, but it is interesting how you go into every single game. So Wayland's going to try to come out and get some early points, something they need to do today, as you said, only averaging around 16 points per game. We're going to need to up those numbers today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to keep up with this high-powered SAGU offense, again, led by running back Keaton Dudek, who's been phenomenal this year. Again, the leading rusher in the nation to this point in terms of total yardage has just been so good for the SAGU offense. And as you mentioned in pregame, he really changed their identity on offense.
I don't think either of us saw that coming. You know, at the beginning of the year, this is Jordan Barlow's team. It always is. Whoever the quarterback is, it's quote-unquote his team. But Keaton Dudek has completely altered every single game plan now, where Jordan Barlow doesn't have to just do it on his own. He can, lean on that rushing attack.
Kieran Woodley will be doing the kicking duties here for SAGU. Back to return is Brennan Strickland. He is joined by teammate Skylar Witten. Standing back on the 1 yard line is Witten. Again, not really any wind here in Waxahachie. It was a windy week here in North Texas this past week, but it looks to have died down. So nice, easy conditions here for this one. And we are going to start off with a bobbled return. Makes a man miss. He's past the 20. He's going to get brought down at the 25-yard line. That was Brennan Strickland. Things got a little scary there for a second, but he's able to get it under control and get it out to the 25.
Yeah, anytime you drop that ball, as you say, everything changes. The entire mathematics of that return change. So getting back to what essentially would have been a touchback is always just feels like a sigh of relief.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. So here comes Wayland Baptist, again led by quarterback Nick Quintero. He himself is a senior. He will hand it off on the jet sweep motion, trying to bounce it outside, but a good tackle on the outside by Isaac Gowdy. Skylar Witten on the jet sweep. Isaac Gowdy doing a good job in space.
I'd say wrapping him up on his own. He had a little bit of help, but didn't even need it. Perfect form tackle, wrap up the legs, take the guy down, just a gain of around 3 yards.
Wayland Baptist comes out 4 wide. Jacoby Hunt in the backfield. Back to pass is Quintero. He pumps. He just lets it go and falls incomplete. Was faced with immediate pressure by Drake Rodriguez.
And that was a dangerous pass. Damaris Heron is out there to the left. If he wasn't jammed at the receiver, he might have been able to respond in time to get there. As it is, it falls harmlessly. And yeah, that's the pressure of the SAGU front coming through, bullying their way through. I think you use it term a lot, bullying. They just kind of dominate up front sometimes.
Drake Rodriguez and Marquise Evans with the pressure. It's 3rd and 7 here for the Pioneers. Back to pass is Quintero. He's looking, he's got a clean pocket. He lets it go across the middle, and it's in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Brennan Strickland. If he had brought that in, he had enough for the first down.
Yeah, you see Rodriguez here fighting through 2 guys. Pretty well thrown pass, and it's just going to bounce off Strickland's hands. That's just a straight up drop by the receiver. That will lead to 3 and out, and that's what SAGU mentioned, getting them to those 3rd down situations, 3rd and mid, 3rd and long, where they are not very good at converting throughout the year. 3 and out to start.
Andre Harmon on to punt here for the Pioneers. Low snap, but he brings it in. He does get it off. Kind of a wobbly kick, fair catch called for and brought in right around that 35-yard line, and that is where SAGU will take over on offense. Was Jalen Moss on the fair catch.
Obviously, anytime you can get that 3 and out after the other team starts with the ball, less than 1 minute on that drive taken off the clock. I mean, that just feels really good to immediately flip the possession arrow in your direction.
Absolutely, yep. If you can go down and score here, it's almost like you started off with the ball.
Yeah.
Based on the time and the amount of plays your defense is on the field. SAGU will come out in 4 wide. Sending a man in motion, that is Zachariah Johnson, who we talked about before the game. Here is Barlow. Takes a snap. He's going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek looking for some room. Not anything there. He is able to squeak through and fall forward for about 2, but it'll make it 2nd and 8.
Yeah, just extends the ball there. He's thinking about going to that right side and sees there's too much help there. Figures he just cut back inside and get what he can. And it will be a gain of a long 2, we'll call it. 2nd and 8 coming up.
SAGU brings in that heavy package that we saw a lot last week, and then they move everybody to the outside. So Barlow now, empty backfield, 4 bunch to his left. Takes a snap, he's back to pass. He throws to that single receiver on the outside. He makes a man miss, but he's got enough for the first down, and that is Zachariah Johnson.
And you talk about the plays they've been calling up to get the ball into Johnson's hand. That right there, that play was obviously going to Johnson the entire time. You stack everything to the left side of the field, force the Pioneers to shift that way, get Johnson one-on-one coverage, just getting the ball, easy first down.
SAGU moves the chains, and they are just shy of midfield, right at the 49-yard line. Barlow will come out, empty backfield again. 2 receivers either side, sends a man in motion. That is Dudek. Barlow back to pass, he pumps. He's gonna go long with it. He's got a man, brings it in. He's gonna get brought down inside the 20-yard line. Paul O'Didi, who we saw have a touchdown last week, goes up and brings it down. And SAGU finds themselves in the red zone.
And I think that's a design pump fake. He pumps it to Dudek, freezes everybody up. They know that's the primary weapon. All eyes are on number 2. And then that allows Paul O'Didi to get past the initial defenders. Very, very nice pitch and catch there. That was a perfectly thrown ball. Get down inside the red zone.
Empty backfield here again for Barlow. 5 wide. Takes a snap, he's back to pass, looking for a quick hitter across the middle. He's got it. Behind his receiver, that's Dudek. He breaks the tackle into the end zone. Keaton Dudek takes the pass from Jordan Barlow and finds himself in the end zone of the first score of the game, provided to you by the SAGU Lions.
Dudek can be a threat as a receiver as well. Just runs a perfect crossing pattern here. All he has to do is break one tackle, not the best angle taken there by the defender.
Here is Kieran Woodley on for the extra point. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up, and it is good off the foot of multiple-time Sooner Athletic Conference Special Teams Player of the Week kicker, Kieran Woodley. And SAGU, just like that, 3 and out on defense. They drive down the field quickly, very quickly, and they put up 7 on the board. Less than about 2.5 minutes taken off there for SAGU, and they go up 7-0. We'll give you a live look into the SAGU Lady Lions. They are winning. They're up 2-0, and they are locked in at 7 apiece here in the third set. If you're unfamiliar with the rules of volleyball, 3 sets is all you need for the win. So SAGU looking to close it out in 3 straight sets over there in the Schaefer Center.
And a hot start over here as well for the football team. That drive took a minute and a half, 65 yards, and every single play was advancing. There was no, you had a 2-yard rush on the very first play, and everything after that was just marching down the field, executing at every level.
All through the air. After that initial run, it was all through the air. Jordan Barlow looked accurate. He looked very accurate on that drive. Had a good long ball to Paul O'Didi. But Kieran Woodley is going to kick it off. It's going to be another short kick. Brought in just past the 15-yard line. Looking to go to the outside. Brought down from behind. A good tackle there.
I think it's going to be Carter Lincoln.
The pursuit from the backside. Absolutely. Carter Lincoln making a really good play there on special teams.
He's a good 6-7 yards behind the returner there.
24-yard line.
Returner kind of hold up to try to get to that corner. I don't think he saw Lincoln coming.
It was Brennan Strickland on the return. So they will take over. The Pioneers will take over 1st and 10 from their 24-yard line, just shy of the 25. Nick Quintero comes out in the pistol. Quintero takes a snap. He's going to hand it off up the middle and met immediately by who else? Keandre Belcher.
Whenever a running back just stops with that much momentum and is spun around immediately, you don't have to wait for the jersey number. You know that's Belcher. Plug in the middle. You just don't escape from that grasp. Once he gets a hold of you, it's over.
I don't know if it's going to go down as a tackle for loss, but regardless, a gain of 0. Makes it 2nd and 10. Back to pass to Quintero. Looking across the middle. Has a man in and out of his hands. That's twice now. Wayland Baptist has had a wide open receiver. That one was Owen Fuamwu, who just had in and out of his hands. It was wide open. He just kind of fell down and couldn't bring it in.
And luckily he didn't tip that any higher. He had a SAGU defender right behind him. If that had been bobbled a little bit more, it could have been intercepted. He had 2 drop passes from the Pioneers. One that had been a first down. That one would have set up a much more charitable 3rd down. As it is, you're facing a 3rd and very long 10.
3rd and long here for the Pioneers. Here's Quintero. He's back to pass. Pumps, but he's going to get brought down. He could not find an open receiver. And in there for the sack, I believe, number 55, Noah Gibson, coming in off the edge.
And Gibson is pretty much blocked the entire way. He just pushes his man back, throws him to the ground. Oh, you hate to be Jelaine Henry on that one. That's not what you want to do as an offensive lineman, is end up on your backside at the end of the play. And Gibson, was blocked. Didn't come through untouched. Just kept his feet moving, forced his way back. A strong sack, and the 2nd 3 and out.
And good coverage downfield not to allow anything open. And Quintero just had nowhere to go. Harmon's punt, fair catch. No, rather he's going to go for a return here. Here's Jalen Moss, who we know is very dangerous with the ball in his hands. Returns it to about the 40, we'll call it the 43-yard line, but there are flags on the play.
Probably going to march that back into SAGU territory, unfortunately. On your standard block in the back or hold, whichever one you want to call, on any given punt return. Yeah, and SAGU already sets up at their own 43. They know that's going against their, I guess their own 47 will be.
Illegal block in the back. Number 31 on the receiving team, 10-yard penalty.
Block in the back.
First down.
Called against Carter Lincoln. So after he gets the really solid tackle on the kick return, gets flagged for a block in the back there, and SAGU will start on their end of the field, but still with good field position.
Yeah, still
47.
Relatively good field position. Almost at midfield, like I said, at the 47-yard line. SAGU's defense back-to-back 3 and outs. Again, this one aided by the sack by Noah Gibson. And SAGU sets up here really nicely at the 47, 1st and 10. Barlow sends a man in motion. That is Mike Mouton. All right, rather Zachary Johnson. He's actually going to take the reverse. He's going to throw it. He dumps it out to Blaine Rowe, and Blaine Rowe's got a lot of grass in front of him. They got the first down to move the chains on a creative play there. The reverse pass completed by Zachary Johnson.
That's one that's been sitting on the whiteboard in the locker room, you know, all year long. They go, hey, the last home game, we got to bust this one out. Anytime you can put the ball in 4 people's hands on one play, you're going to catch the defense off guard more often than not.
Blaine Rowe on the reception on the gadget play. 1st and 10 here for SAGU, so they get back to where that return, just about where that return got them initially. There's going to be an option. Barlow's going to actually throw it, almost intercepted in and out of the hands. That was very dangerous on the outside. Almost with an interception was Terry York.
Feels like some miscommunication happens down here. You don't have enough separation between the 2 receivers down there. Yeah, you have kind of in the exact same area, Zachary Johnson and Keshawn Anderson were both inhabiting that same 3-yard bubble, and it looked like Barlow kind of split the difference between them. Yeah, SAGU dodges a bullet there, as that could have been picked and could have been going the other way for 6.
2nd and 10 here for SAGU. Barlow back to pass, facing pressure, lets it go across the middle. There's Anderson. Keshawn Anderson has enough for the first down, throws a stiff arm and ducks out of bounds. Needed 10, got 14, and that will move the chains as SAGU doing it really efficiently through the air so far in this one.
And Barlow had to get rid of that one fast. The pressure was coming, but because of the pressure, it allowed Anderson to slip into that second level with plenty of space to operate, and SAGU converts another first down.
Got the ball at the 25-yard line, do the Lions. After the long pitch and catch to Keshawn Anderson. Seeing a lot of new receivers today for SAGU as Jamal Long again out for this one. Seeing a couple of different looks. Paulo Didi getting some significant times. There we see Keshawn Anderson's first catch of this one. Barlow, little reverse and around the edge. Looks like Zachariah Johnson. He's got space and he's tripped up from behind. Zachariah Johnson upset. And he throws the ball down, and that is going to be, I was waiting for it. He spikes the ball out of frustration and right in front of the official. That's going to be I don't know if it's going to be a delay of game or if it's going to be a personal foul, but we'll wait for the call here. He was just nipped by the ankles.
Unfortunately, nothing to be
after the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 11.
Wow.
It's a 15-yard penalty. After the 15-yard penalty, it's still first down.
So there will still be a fresh down. Yeah, that's a mental error there. Nothing to be frustrated about. You line up with a very unique formation. You catch the Pioneers off guard. You pick up a first down inside. We can be just outside the 10-yard line. And I know he wanted the touchdown. But they don't like you spiking it. So it's going to end up going for, essentially they're going to get right back to the line of scrimmage after that play.
Yeah, no gain, no loss.
Yeah, so essentially the yards will count. The penalty will erase the 15-yard gain. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 25 yet again.
Barlow sends a man in motion. He will hand it off to his back coming out of the backfield. That time was DeKevion Rose with his first carry of the game.
Right now, it feels like SAGU's trying to make sure everybody on the offense gets a touch before the first quarter is out. They're getting into everybody's hands in different ways. Flea flickers, end arounds, bringing in backup running backs. Nice gain of 4 on first down.
2nd and 6 here for the SAGU offense. Barlow has Rose and Dudek in the backfield. Barlow takes a snap. He's back to pass after the fake handoff. Looking across the middle. Keshawn Anderson, the intended receiver, incomplete. A good job of breaking up that ball by the Wayland Baptist secondary. It looks like
Terry York, and you're going to see it there, but he's going to have his hands on it. And then York was there to make sure there was no way to really corral it in. It kind of tapped, and if he wasn't there, see it'll probably a little bit better on this replay. If he wasn't, he breaks it up and throws him down. So if Anderson would have had a chance to kind of collect himself, he might have still brought that ball in. So excellent play by York to prevent a first down and potentially more.
3rd and 6, empty backfield. Here's Barlow, back to pass, quick hitter to the outside, gets it to Dudek. Dudek dancing in the open field. He's going to make a man miss just enough to get the first down and kind of stood on his feet for a while. There was in a battle with Tyrell McAllister, but regardless, that's going to end up in a first down on the catch by Keaton Dudek.
Yeah, it does just enough. He's posted up at 15, knows he can't let him pass, but Dudek is going to win that fight more often than not with his feet. He is going to be able to plant, skitter step left and right, and get you out of position to get where he needs to go. So excellent 3rd down conversion. Again through the air, the Lions have just been deciding it's going to be a passing game here early, and that's a good thing to establish because if you get a big lead, then you let Dudek just put it all away.
Barlow takes a snap. He's back to pass. He pumps. He's going to take off up the middle. Throwing stiff arms. Lower in the shoulder. Takes a big hit there down inside the 5. He's brought down at the 4-yard line. That makes it 2nd and 1.
Definitely not a designed run here. He's looking. And right there he sees he has the hole out of the corner of his eye. And yeah, Barlow, we've said this a number of times. He is not a sliding quarterback.
No, not at all.
Sometimes you wish he was. He makes you a little nervous, but that's who he is. He is the guy who's going to go, whether it's the first quarter, the fourth quarter, up by 30, down by 30. He is going to scrap for every last yard. And you can't take that out of a guy's instinct, not when that's his entire identity, as we've said, as a gamer, a guy who just wants to go win. You let him do that.
2nd and 1. Barlow sends a man in motion, takes a snap. He's going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek has enough for the first down. Pushes the pile down to the 1.5-yard line. It'll be a 1st and goal situation to go here from about the 1.
That's one of those times that the cloud of dust is all you need. Didn't need to spring any big holes. And now you have 4 shots to get in the end zone from 1.5 yards out. And you got a number of ways to do it, as you've already shown.
They're going to call him down at the 2. Regardless, 1st and goal from the 2. Dudek in the backfield. Going to take the handoff. He's hit in the backfield. He is going to get brought down for a loss. That's not something that we're used to seeing a lot out of Keaton Dudek. Keandre Vassar brings him down for the loss.
Yeah, he's going to pick what it looks like the B gap there. Comes in untouched. That's a big first down play to make SAGU lose a few yards.
Be 2nd and goal from the 3.
Yeah, lose a full yard there and makes that plunge just a little bit harder. Obviously, from the 2-yard line, you feel like if you just run up the middle 2 or 3 times, you're going to get there, advanced enough to get in there. When you lose a yard, it makes it a little bit more challenging. And SAGU's going to bring out the heavier package now on the left side. Blaine Rowe, one of them down there blocking. Move to the right now. Rowe, and it looks like Khalil Jenkins, 2 tight ends.
They will toss it to Dudek. Dudek trying to make something happen on the outside. And again, the Pioneers defense up to the task, bringing Dudek down for a loss 2 plays in a row. This time, a loss of 2 on the pitch.
Stefano Sanchez is going to be the one who finally gets through all the blockers. They were there, but the Pioneers do a great job of extending the field. So, yeah, they're going to mark him at around the 4.5 line, so another yard lost. So yeah, 2 runs for 2 yards lost. Not exactly what we're used to seeing with Keaton Dudek in the backfield with this offensive line.
The Pioneers defense doing a good job here down in a goal-to-go situation. 3rd and goal from the 4 now. Back-to-back negative plays here for SAGU. Fakes a handoff to Dudek, looking across the middle. Incomplete. A flag comes in. It looks like they're going to get pass interference. So SAGU will have an automatic first down after that one.
I think it's going to be
a tough play.
Terry York making a little bit of contact too early. Well thrown ball. Now they're going to discuss it a little bit here. Been no signal yet.
There is no foul. The ruling on the field is
and they
the pass
are
was
going to
uncatchable.
say the ball was uncatchable.
Oh, wow. So they will pick up the flag. It did look like the ball was behind Zachary Johnson. It may have been uncatchable.
And I'm not even sure with this angle how much of a PI we're talking about here. We'll see. Yeah, that's uncatchable. And the contact honestly wasn't even that egregious.
Not even that significant.
That's a good wave off by the referees there.
Good no call. Yep.
Uncatchable and really not a ton of contact. He didn't inhibit him to go up and get the ball. So SAGU will have to settle for a field goal attempt now after having first and goal at the 2. Big goal line stand from the Pioneers. It's
First time out.
Call a timeout now. Maybe discuss a little bit more.
The play clock was down to 2.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit too much time had been run off the clock after the pickup of the flag. I think Coach Smith is asking why did the play clock not reset to let us get ready. But regardless, SAGU has to use that timeout.
Updates of all kinds here. We've got Firestorm and Aggies tied up. Rams up 14-0. Louisiana College up 3-0.
Look out.
Upset brewing minutes into the game. And then SAGU 4 points away from the sweep right now over at the Schaefer Center. About, what would you say, 5 miles from here, 3.5 miles from here?
5 miles, 3. It's right in our backyard, Tim. I'd say about probably 2.5, 3 miles. Yeah. 5 miles, you overshoot a little bit from the Schaefer Center.
I guess if I were able to turn around, I could probably see the old administration building.
Oh yeah, absolutely, the castle. Yep.
Distance.
You've been out of school for a while. Math isn't your strong suit at this point. SAGU will line up for the I almost said extra point. SAGU will line up for the field goal attempt here off the foot of Kieran Woodley on the right hash.
22-yarder.
Good snap, good hold. The kick is up off the foot of Woodley, and it is good. SAGU will go up 10-0. But you got to think Wayland Baptist is happy with how their defense played there inside the goal to go situation. They only give up 3. You got to be happy with that.
No, that's a big moment for this Pioneers team. All right, negative yardage on offense right now after your 2 possessions. SAGU marches all over you on the first drive, and they were cruising there inside the 2 before this sequence right here. This is the big play where they stretched out Dudek all the way to the right side of the field, and honestly, if that first one hadn't got him, there were 3 or 4 more guys. Dudek was not getting into the end zone that play.
Oh, not at all.
And so, yeah, that is a big moment. You're down 10. Your offense hasn't really clicked yet, but that's your first win of the game. And before that, everything else had gone against you. And now 10 minutes into the first quarter, you finally have something to say, okay, let's settle down. Let's drop some different plays on offense. We've proven we can bend and not break. Let's go get some points and get back into this game.
SAGU coming out here to kick up 10-0. Wayland Baptist looking to try to get something going here on offense. Have been, like you said, negative yardage to this point with the sack on the last drive. Have not been able to get anything going on offense. And credit SAGU's defense, who's been very stout to start this one with 5 minutes and some change left in the first quarter. On the return, looking to cut it back. He does, looking to cut it to the outside. He's going to get brought down. Pretty good hit there from behind. Get brought down at the 26-yard line. That was Skylar Witten on the return.
So 3 short kicks have gone to the 25, 24, and 26. Essentially averaging a touchback.
Yep, math would dictate. essentially a touchback.
See, you said my math isn't working. I did some quick right there. 75 divided by 3 is 25. There we go.
You proved me wrong, Tim. Look at that.
I don't do distance well. My phone tells me where to go now. I don't know how far away anything is. I just drive till my phone tells me to stop.
Nick Quintero coming back out here on offense, 4 wide. He is back to pass here on first down. He is running for his life, rolls out to his left. He's got plenty of space here, directing traffic going down the field, and it is broken up. Looking for his man again, that one, Brendan Strickland.
And there was never a moment on that play that there was a yellow jersey even a half a yard away from a gray jersey. The Lions secondary held up very strong there, even as Quintero was able to buy some time with his feet and roll out. As you see, just nothing doing. Everybody was very well covered.
Yep. Kevion Davis with good coverage down the field. That's such a hard thing to do as a defensive back, to keep good coverage when a quarterback is moving with his feet. You feel in the play, you're feeling like you're covering for minutes at that point.
Yeah.
But a good job. 2nd and 10 here. Here's Quintero. He's going to hand it off, and he's brought down for a loss. Gang tackle there by Dalton Spencer and Noah Gibson. Looked like Dylan Sterling lined up in the backfield for the carry that time.
And Sam Zaccardo is going to get beat on the right side there. The Pioneer offensive line has definitely had some issues dealing with this SAGU defense. They've been getting pressure on Quintero and have found no room to run.
Correction, Najee Gadsden on the carry. His first action of this one. It's going to be 3rd and 12. Wayland Baptist still going the wrong direction. Back to pass is Quintero. Deep drop. He's facing pressure. He's got nowhere to go. Can he break the tackle? He can. He gets rid of it. It's up for grabs. Incomplete on the sidelines. That was a dangerous throw by Quintero, but at the end of the day, it's not a turnover. And SAGU will, again, their 3rd straight 3-and-out, assuming the Pioneers will punt, and they will. SAGU's defense, very, very good here in the first quarter.
Quintero does a good job of breaking that tackle out of Isaiah Lutu's hands, but that was playing with fire on that pass, just throwing it up for grabs. Not the situation you want to do that in necessarily, because if SAGU picks it off, they're going to have the ball inside the 30. Yeah, another drive in which the Pioneers go backwards and are punting from further back than they got the ball. No first downs yet.
Low snap for Andre Harmon. He gets the kick off. It's going to be returnable. Here's Jalen Moss looking to make some people miss. He ducks out of bounds. SAGU will take over here. Possession inside Pioneers territory.
And that's what happens when you get those 3-and-outs. You get good field position. As long as you don't have a kick return that amounts to anything, you're not going to have 50, 60-yard punts. There's no wind to help you out today. We saw some really wind-aided punts a week ago with that strong wind coming in. Take a look at the updated standings and the volleyball game, which has just ended. SAGU gets the sweep, 25-23 in set 3.
The Lady Pioneers made it interesting, though. 25-23, it was 21-17. They made it very interesting there down the stretch. So SAGU walks away with a win. Clean sweep, 3 sets to none.
Got some inception going on here.
Some stats on stats. Love to see that. Back here in Lumpkin Stadium, Barlow will keep it himself after the read option, and he is hit for a loss. He's going to lose 1.
And that's one of the first times that read option has been money for SAGU this year. But that time, the Pioneers are going to come through. I say that Barlow was like 100 for 100 on picking the correct route. That might be the first time I've seen him make the wrong decision. That ball probably should have gone to the dude's stomach, as he had a little bit of an angle. And then Barlow had no room to work with. So if we're counting on plays, that is 4 consecutive, very strong defensive plays from the Pioneers, throwing the Lions for 3 losses in a row on the ground on their last 3 rushing attempts.
Here is 2nd and 11. Barlow, empty backfield. He's back to pass. Throws it off his back foot down the side, looking for Paulo Didi. He brings it in for the first down, goes up in single coverage, and comes down with it. Paulo Didi, the 6'5" receiver, going up to get it.
Having to fill Jamal Long's shoes. He is blanketed, and that's just a throw it up, let your tall receiver go to work. Excellent pass, and Odidi, again, that's a name we weren't calling earlier in the season. He has really emerged over the latter half of this season as another great target for Barlow to go at.
Absolutely.
And 6'5", it never hurts to have a receiver who's 6'. You have a receiver who can dunk. Anytime you have a receiver that can dunk, you know you're looking good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Here's Barlow now, new set of downs, 1st and 10. They're going to have to use their second timeout here in the first quarter, as it took a little bit to get the play in, and then they looked to try to change something. But SAGU now has to use their second timeout, and you never really want to see that in the first quarter.
Definitely not.
There you see the standings that we were talking about before we saw the end of the Lady Lions volleyball game. Langston, of course, undefeated, 6-0 in conference with that win over Ottawa last week, who sits there at number 2. Texas Wesleyan with their best season since inception of their football program at 5-2. Arizona Christian 4-2 in conference, and then you see SAGU, the hometown SAGU, right there at 3-3. Again, a win today moves them to 6-3 and guarantees that they do not have a losing season here the rest of the way.
Yep, big kind of pivot game for them, and as you see, it's that bottom half they're taking care of, and those 3 ahead of them. And we mentioned the slow starts. This is their best start they've had all year long, but it was those slow starts that led to those losses against those 3 teams directly ahead of them.
Yep.
They were able to rally back in each and every one of those from 3 scores down to make it so thrilling late. And if you had changed one thing in the first half, this could be a very different season for the Lions right now. As it is, though, this is the best we have seen them in the first quarter all season long. Up 10-0 and driving yet again, 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line.
Here's Barlow, 4 wide, 2 on either side, Dudek in the backfield. Barlow will hand it off to Dudek. Dudek up the middle, cuts it back, and he falls forward for about a gain of 4 there on first down, make it 2nd and 6. One thing you can say about this SAGU team this season, they've not really been blown out. They've been in pretty much every game that they've played.
Every single game has been competitive down to the last 2 minutes. I believe the only one that wasn't, I think the game we had here against Ottawa, by the last 2 minutes, Ottawa's kneeling down, but SAGU was in it until that very last moment. No, there has been, this SAGU team is a competitor. Every single week they have shown up and been on the verge of stepping into that top tier.
Barlow sends Zachariah Johnson in motion. He's going to pitch it out to Johnson. He got hit hard on the pitch. Zachariah Johnson looking to move the sticks. He's out of bounds just shy of the first down. That's going to be 3rd and 1.
And this is going to come out of Barlow's hands at the nick of time. If he had held on to that for a split second more, you're in danger of getting hit. And with the ball in his left hand there, that could have been a fumble. So 3rd and short. SAGU had 3 consecutive short yardage runs on the last drive that went nowhere. I'm sorry, 2 consecutive before the 3rd incompletion.
And then 9 yards on the previous 2 carries here.
So still trying to establish the ground game that has been so crucial all year long.
Here's Barlow, 4 wide, 2 stacked to the bottom of your screen. He's going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek's hit immediately. He falls forward. I don't know if he got there. They're going to mark him short. It's going to be 4th and half a yard, maybe.
If we're going by their left foot, he is going to get half a yard. But as you can see right there, the ball is well short of the line. They're not flinching, though. They're going to stay there. This is going to be 4th and inches, 4th and half a yard at the 19.5-yard line.
We've seen Barlow be really good at the hard count this year, getting people to jump off sides, resulting in 5-yard penalties. We'll see here what they decide to do.
Kevin White was the one who first got a hand on Dudek and kind of threw him off balance where he couldn't really muscle through for that last half yard he needed.
Barlow is going to keep it himself. He's hit immediately. He reaches out at the last minute. It looks like they're going to mark him short, and the Pioneers defense forces a turnover on downs, one that they desperately needed, and they will take over here on offense.
Huge moment, and just no push up front at all. Barlow stood up at the line, spins out, tries to extend, but is only going to get back to the original line of scrimmage. Yeah,
not
he's not going to get to that hash
not even
where
close.
He needed. Huge stand by the Pioneers. Kevin White again in on that play. So 2 consecutive drives that SAGU gets down into short yardage situations. And when you have the overall leading rusher in the NAIA, that's exactly where you want to be. But the Wayland Baptist defensive line has come to play today. Now, can the offense finally go get some yards?
Here is Quintero. He's going to hand it off up the middle and hit immediately. Keeps the pile moving. He's going to pick up, we'll call it 2 yards there on first down. But SAGU's defensive front doing such a good job of limiting anything going here in the running game.
Yeah, and that pile, you said it moved for a second, but then after a second or two, it was all gray jerseys. No yellow was left to push him forward.
That was Najee Gatson on the carry. Makes it 2nd and 8.
Pioneers will try to get one more play off here before the end of the first quarter. I'm not sure they will. Yeah, they're just going to let the quarter expire.
And that will do it for the first quarter of action. That was a quick first quarter. SAGU with a touchdown on their opening drive after holding Wayland Baptist to a 3-and-out. And then another 3-and-out leads to a SAGU field goal, and that is where we stand, 10-0. But Tim, at this point, it feels like Wayland Baptist, at least defensively, they've got a little bit of momentum here.
Yeah, definitely on defense. Now, the offense has yet to notch a first down. Anytime you get through the entire first quarter without getting a first down, and you had 3 possessions. It wasn't like you just had one because the other team ran the clock on you. When you had 3 possessions, haven't had a first down, you're here on your 4th right now, so looking at a 2nd and 8. You got to make something happen, but at the moment, the Pioneers' defense has kept them in this game. Without those stands, this could very easily be 21-0 right now, and with your offense struggling, you could really start to feel desperation early in the game. But the Pioneers' defense, they've circled the wagons. They've circled those prairie wagons
Absolutely.
and have held strong at these crucial moments.
It's just now just a matter of, can the offense get it together? Can the offense get it clicking here? They face a 2nd and 8 here after the first down carry went for 2 yards. It was 2 yards after a cloud of dust essentially there on first down. But but can they reward their defense, who forced a turnover on downs here with a scoring drive of their own?
At the very least, you need to pick up a first down here, or you're going to be looking at another drive where SAGU starts with excellent field position. You got to move this ball a little bit away from your own end zone.
Here's Quintero. He is back to pass. He lets it go across the middle. It's brought in right there at the sticks, and then he's flung forward. He's going to have enough for the first down. The first of the game here for the Pioneers. That time, Skylar Witten.
Yep, finally convert. Enough time to throw. Witten does a good job of turning around, setting up right at the 25-yard line, right where we need to be to advance those sticks. Breaks the tackle and gains another 3 or 4.
First down of the afternoon here for the Pioneers. Here's Quintero. He hands it off this time. I believe that's Gatson again, running right into the arms of that defensive front unit. A flag does come in on the opposite sideline, right at the 30-yard line.
I thought I might have seen a signal for lining up offsides, but I could be wrong. Let's see what the call here is. Official is asking the Pioneers what they want to do, I believe. He's pointing in SAGU's direction.
Offside.
Yep, indeed.
Offside.
Defense number 50. It's 5-yard
Indeed,
penalty.
lining up offsides
Still
is
first
the
down.
Lions defense. So that'll be a 1st and 5 here for the Pioneers.
I think it might have been Noah Gibson who got the call.
When you've had an afternoon like Gibson right now, he's been so good at disrupting the run that maybe he just had a little bit of an edge there on that play. 1st and 5 here. Quintero is going to turn around and hand it off. New running back into the game. He makes a man miss, but then is brought down immediately by Drake Rodriguez after a gain of 1. That carry, Jaden Miles that time makes it 2nd and 3. They're going to give him a gain of 2.
And he's going to break essentially 2 tackles here, but it won't matter. SAGU just keeps coming. Before, as you said, Rodriguez is the one to finish it off. I'm sorry, actually, I believe it's Devontae Crownover who's going to get in there and get the tackle.
Devontae Crownover, again, one of the seniors honored today for Senior Day. 2nd and 3 here for the Pioneers. They turn around and hand it off again. This time trying to bounce it outside, but a good job by SAGU of keeping contain and stretching that play out just enough for no gain.
Noah Gibson again. So good in pursuit. These guys are so quick. I mean, that's what you can say about the SAGU defense. I mean, that's a defensive lineman chasing down a running back with ease. They're quick and they're strong. We have a player down.
A Pioneer down on the field. Big number 66, who we saw as one of the captains today, Evan Mickens. Looks like he's walking off on his own power, so it looks like he's going to be all right. Quickly gets up. Those linemen, I'll tell you, Tim, we don't talk about them enough. They're tough.
I know. I love that we got to hear Coach Smith name off all the starting offensive linemen to start. You know, you just don't see these guys' names enough. And you know, a couple of seniors on the Lions today. On that O-line.
A lot of times you don't say their name unless they're doing something wrong.
That's the problem. You know, it's hard to identify who had the greatest block and everything. And so you just say, oh, false start. Oh, holding. That's when they get their names called. It's a thankless position.
Those linemen don't get enough credit. But so far today, the SAGU's offensive line has done a really good job. And there we see 3rd and 3 here for the Pioneers, looking to pick up their 2nd first down of the afternoon. Back to pass is Quintero, facing immediate pressure, throws it off his back foot. He's got Witten right at the sticks. It looks like he's got enough for the first down, and Wayland Baptist will move the chains here for the 2nd time this drive.
And that's a scary sight. Drake Rodriguez coming untouched right in your face. Very well thrown ball from Quintero, considering. Finds his open receiver and takes a wallop afterwards, but they will pick up their 2nd first down of the drive, moving the ball to the 39-yard line, being spurred on by those defensive stands.
They will hand it off. Here's Jaden Mills again. This time he falls forward. That's their best carry of the afternoon. That's going to pick up 4 there on first down. Again, Jaden Miles on the carry.
Starting to establish a bit of a rhythm here. Nice block there to push back Dalton Spencer. Create a bit of a hole, pick up those 4 yards. As they're starting to stay ahead of the chains a little bit. They're picking up those yards they need on first down to not put themselves in those 3rd and long situations they had on those first 3 drives.
2nd and 6, Quintero with Miles in the backfield. He is back to pass. Clean pocket, lets it go. He has Miles in the flat. Miles is going to have it up for the first down, and he ducks out of bounds. So Wayland Baptist moving the chains here again, and for the first time this afternoon, about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes gone left in the second quarter, they find themselves in SAGU territory.
Yep, and nobody accounted for the running back coming out of the backfield. Made it an easy pitch and catch from Quintero to Miles.
Here is Quintero. He is back to pass. He pumps, almost loses it. He's going to roll out to his right. He lets it go down the sideline, overshoots his receiver. And fortunately for Wayland Baptist, it falls harmlessly to the turf. It was almost intercepted.
Dylan Sterling is lucky he got a hand on this, even though he couldn't haul in the catch. If he doesn't, I think that's going to fall right into the Lions' hands for an interception. Now, could they stay in bounds? Don't know for sure. But another dangerous throw. It's been a while since we actually seen a turnover. I don't think we saw a turnover last week on either side of the ball.
Pretty clean game last week, yep, from both teams.
None today, obviously. But Pioneers, they can't afford one either, but they've been close to a couple.
Here's Quintero back to pass. He lets it go to the flat, has his man wide open over on the sideline, makes a man miss, throwing stiff arms, carrying defenders down inside the 10-yard line. Jacoby Hunt, huge gain there on 2nd and 10.
Again, that running back coming out of the backfield gets unaccounted for, and then he is going to fight for at least another 15 yards or so after initial contact, throwing stiff arms and powering his way. They're going to be just outside the... No, they're going to
give him goal to go.
First and goal from the 10.
Here's Quintero. He's back to pass. He pumps. Looking for a man. Has across the middle. He's got Witten. Witten can't make a man miss, but that's a good tackle in the open field that time. Looks like Isaac Gowdy with the tackle. It's nice to have him back. He was banged up last week. He's a very, very important member of the SAGU defensive backfield.
And you can see why right there. He comes in, immediately throws him off his feet, and makes sure the feet can't land. Those receivers are so good sometimes about kind of hurdling you, so you got to wrap those feet up and make sure there's no way to regain that balance. Gain of 4, though. Second goal from the 6.
Quintero from the pistol, hands it off. Here's Hunt. Hunt gets upended. He's brought down for a gain of 1. They're giving him a short 1 yard there.
He was trying to make the case that his knee didn't land.
We're going to get a good, we're going to get a good look here. Taken out right at those knees. He was never. There it is. That was very close.
That was close. You can see why he was trying to pull it off, because it was very close to not touching, but it did clearly hit there. 3rd and goal from the 5. Big down here to try to finish this drive. An offense that did nothing the first 3 is clicking right now.
Quintero 4 wide. 1 man in the backfield. He is back to pass, dumps it to the sideline, and he's short of the line to get actually incomplete pass. A good job by Kevion Davis on the outside. Actually breaks it up. He was looking for Jade Miles, and he had him.
This is going to be very impressive.
He just dropped it. Just dropped it on the outside.
I'm going to say that's a Kevion Davis assisted drop. When you see Davis coming at you with that much ferocity, you're definitely thinking about what you have to do with the ball. So the Pioneers will bring on the field goal unit.
Trayton McClain to hold, Tanner Ballou to snap, and Jeffrey Lucido to do the kicking duties here for the Pioneers.
He's perfect inside of 30 this year. This one's just 21.
Good snap, good hold. The kick is a low line drive, and it is good. And Wayland Baptist puts points on the board for the first time in this one, and really the first time they've been able to get the offense going in any aspect of this game. Picked up a few first downs, and they cut it to a 1-score game, 10-3.
You got to be disappointed that you didn't get the touchdown there. You always want to play for the touchdowns, but to get points on that drive at all after the way the first 3 drives looked, obviously you kind of had to settle for the field goal there. You're not going to go for it 4th down. Now, had they caught that pass and got brought down to 1 or 2, that would have changed the dynamics a lot. They may have gone for it then, but definitely got to settle. Updates here, all tied up in the Panhandle, Arizona Christian, and then all tied out with Louisiana College in Langston. Now, very, very early, obviously, but at the moment, 2 upset teams holding their own.
Oh, come on, we're scoreboard watching, Tim. I don't care if it's early. Louisiana College and Langston tied at 3 is huge. It's getting really interesting here in the Sooner. Really interesting.
And honestly, that's big for Langston because they need to create some separation. They need to get higher in those polls. You don't do that with close wins. This is really your last chance to, quote-unquote, run up the score, you would think, with two very tough matchups coming up the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
But as I said, Louisiana College has been no slouch this year. They have also showed up every single week.
Jeffrey Lucido on to kick here for the Pioneers. After the field goal gets Wayland Baptist on the board, SAGU looking to set something up here. He gets it past the 25, cuts it back past the 30, brought down just shy of the 35-yard line. So a good return there for SAGU, and that is where they would take over with good field position.
And this feels like a really big drive for the way the first quarter of this game went. 5 minutes into the second quarter to be a 10-3 ball game is a major win for Wayland Baptist. SAGU had opportunities to really be up big, but at the moment they just lead by a touchdown. Starting at the 35-yard line.
Colby Tanner on the return. Yep, 1st and 10 from the 35. Here's Barlow now. 4 wide. Dudick in the backfield. Sends Dudick in motion. Barlow, quick header to the outside. He finds his man Paul Odidi. Odidi throws a stiff arm, and he's got a first down and then some. Needed 10, got 20. Down to the 45-yard line.
Having a good game so far. That's tough. A little bit of a face mask
Little bit,
there.
yep, absolutely.
But look at how many yards he picks up after he was wrapped up short of the marker and went 10 yards past the marker. That is how much speed he had, really, to kind of stay on his feet and keep dragging the defender down to the 45-yard line.
SAGU, after one play, enters Pioneer territory. 3 to the right here for Barlow. Takes a snap, he fakes a handoff, he's back to pass, looking across the middle, in and out of the hands of his intended receiver that time. Was looking for Adrian Rowell, and it falls incomplete.
Second down.
Anytime that ball's getting bobbled in the vicinity of 3 Pioneers, Rowell probably makes the smart decision, kind of just pulls his hands away. One more tip, and you're looking at some dangerous situations. Even if he had caught it, it's only a gain of around 2, because there were plenty of Pioneers right around him. 2nd and 10 at the 45-yard line. Lots of movement on the Wayland front right now, trying to get set.
Yep. 2nd and 10 sends Dudick in motion.
Timeout.
And we get a whistle. I think that's going to be timeout here for SAGU.
No signal.
Not sure what the whistle was.
Oh, there's a flag, right? Right at the middle.
Oh, I couldn't even see the flag. My goodness.
The flag
5-yard penalty.
literally
Remain
right on the line of scrimmage. I'm not even sure how they got it in there.
You know, it's tough to see here. Wayland's wearing their yellow jerseys are the same color as the flag, so it kind of just blended in. That's going to be a false start against SAGU, so it makes it 2nd and 15 after it backs him up 5. Barlow now, empty backfield. 5 wide, he's back to pass. His receiver falls down, had him open. On the outside, it was Keaton Dudick.
Yep, if Dudick keeps his feet there, he'll have it at the line of scrimmage, and you know what he can do with the ball in his hands. Probably going to get a lot more, but he has slipped there and never had a shot at it. So 3rd and long now after a big play on their very first play of the drive. 2 incompletions and a penalty have them in danger of having to punt this one away from midfield.
3rd and 15 here for SAGU. You got to think if they can pick up 8 maybe here on 3rd down, they consider going for it. Barlow hands it off. Here's Dudick. Dudick making a man miss. Talk about needing 8. Dudick goes ahead and gets almost 14 on 3rd and 15. Wow. So this makes the decision much easier here for Coach Smith.
Absolutely, and I think you were exactly right. They handed that off knowing that they were planning a 4th down play. And Dudick fights his way for his biggest gain of the day. Now they're going to mark him back to the 47.
So he got 13.
So 13. We're moving up 4th and 2. And that's definitely go for it territory. They bring in a couple of tight ends here. And actually, Barlow's going to go outside, a little bit of a wildcat situation.
I like it. A unique look here. It will be Javante Harper, and Harper's got enough for the first down, keeps the feet moving, and moves the pile. Wow, what a run there by Javante Harper on 4th down.
You get stopped in enough short yardage situations, bring out something totally different, and look at that gaping hole created by the SAGU offensive line. Now, it looks like Harper's going to limp off the field.
He did come up a little limpy there.
Yeah, he's hopping his way to the sideline. Not what you want to see, but a big conversion Anytime you can turn a 3rd and 15 into a first down, that is a huge momentum swing.
Absolutely. Here's a new set of downs here for SAGU. 1st and 10 from the 26. Barlow back to pass. He pumps. He's got a man wide open. It's Paul O'Didi to the end zone. Touchdown, Lions. The double move works. Barlow to Paul O'Didi for 6.
And it's going to be another pump fake from Barlow as well that's going to freeze that corner. Paul O'Didi having his best game of the season right now. Watch the pump fake, freezes him, and at that point, all he can do is watch Paul O'Didi walk underneath a perfectly thrown pass for the touchdown, about a 26-yarder.
Pending the extra point, 16-3. Kieran Woodley looks to make it 17-3, and indeed he does. SAGU goes up 17-3 on the 26-yard touchdown pass from Jordan Barlow to Paul O'Didi, who's having a big game today.
Excellent response from this offense after their previous 2 drives got disrupted in short yardage situations. Look at that pump fake totally bites on it. Cutting inside, expecting the quick pass. And Paul O'Didi never even had to let up, just kept on cruising the whole way.
So we talked about the importance of Keaton Dudek going into this game, and SAGU has done all of this damage, 17 points, almost, I want to say almost exclusively through the air from Jordan Barlow. So Barlow says, don't forget about me. Oh yeah, I'm still the leader of this offense. Keaton Dudek may lead the nation in rushing, but I'm still here. Don't worry about me.
No, that's what the very real positive is of having such a great rushing attack, is that it makes you almost forget about your quarterback a little bit. And he can just show up, and you know what Barlow can do. You know how great he is. He's having a really, really good game right now. And other than that 14-yard run from Dudek, he's been able to kind of take a little bit back seat today. As SAGU tries to build a lead, though, he can really start to establish himself and hopefully kind of put the game away.
Woodley's kick is brought in and returned to just at the 27-yard line. So this will be the best starting field position of the afternoon so far for Wayland Baptist, who's coming off a scoring drive of their own where they put 3 up on the board and was able to get their first downs of this ball game here this afternoon.
It was an 80-yard drive the last time to get. Now, if you go 80 yards, you hate settling for 3.
Yep.
But they were able to get on the scoreboard. They need to find a way back down the field now as they trail by their largest deficit of the day.
Here is Quintero. He's back to pass. He pumps himself. He's got a man open down the field, and he hits him, and he is gone. It's a foot race, and he is winning it. Brendan Strickland, 1 play touchdown from Nick Quintero, and they answer right back with a touchdown of their own.
It's almost like they just saw that happen a second ago and said, we can try that. Pump fake, and the same thing. Cuts inside, expecting the quick hitter, and instead it's a beautiful arcing pass. 73-yard touchdown pass for their first touchdown of the game.
Brandon Strickland outrunning everybody on the double move. And a good pump fake by Nick Quintero.
And as soon as that ball left Quintero's hands, it was over. As long as it was on target, there was not a chance
and it was
going to be caught.
A beautiful ball by Quintero. Good snap, good hold. The extra point is up, and it is good. There are flags on the field. I think SAGU may have had too many men on the field.
So how about that? After going negative yards on their first 3 drives, the Pioneers have 153 yards on their last 2 drives.
I think I just counted 12 men on the field here for SAGU, so the extra point will stand. And it will be 17-10. They may choose to enforce this on the kickoff.
Substitution infraction of the defense. Penalty is declined. Point is good.
Enforce it.
Too many men on the field for SAGU, but the extra point is good regardless. 17-10 now, SAGU leads. And here's a look at Texas Wesleyan and Texas College just up the road here, up in Fort Worth. Texas Wesleyan up 23-6, and it looks like
trying an extra point.
Trying an extra point here, I would assume.
But right here, we have a game that I mean, they can just flip in a hurry. Not only was SAGU looking to really start increasing that lead and start putting this game not away, but, really starting to, pile it on. But after the Pioneers' offense was, there's no other adjective for it, but inept on those first 3 drives, have completely discovered themselves by putting up 10 points and showing they can do it big.
Play. Back-to-back scoring drives for the Pioneers have kept this at a 7-point ball game. 7:39 left to go here in the first half. On the kick for the Pioneers, Jeffrey Lucido. And his kick will go out of bounds. Heads up play there by Colby Tanner as he lets it bounce out of bounds for the illegal kick penalty.
That'll bring it out to the 35-yard line.
The SAGU will start with very good field position here.
That's been where SAGU wants to start. They've scored touchdowns on both drives. They've started at the 35. They don't want to be too close. They need a little bit of room to work with, but get that decent starting spot right at the 35-yard line. And coming right back onto the field after a drive where they had to convert on 4th down. Facing a 3rd and long. And, doesn't erase what you did, obviously.
Kicking team. Kick out of bounds.
It looks like they're going to actually make
a 5-yard penalty.
Oh, there was offsides as well. So it was a legal kick, but they also ruled offsides. And so that's the thing with the current rules, it used to be that ball came out to the 40.
Yep.
Ball comes out to the 35 now. So SAGU's going to gamble that by pushing the ball back 5 yards, hoping for another short kick that they might be able to return, they might get better than the 35. So.
Which is the right decision. Yeah. Absolutely. So from the 30 now, Jeffrey Lucido will kick off.
Yeah, that illegal kick penalty used to be way more damaging because a touchback used to be 20 and the illegal kick was at the 40. Now a touchback to 25 and a illegal kick to 35. Not a whole lot of difference really, in the grand scheme of things. So SAGU opts to try it again. We'll see where this ends up. This decision pays off in the Lions yards-wise. That's going to be a booming kick.
Really good kick. It's brought in inside the 10. Here's Tanner. Tanner cuts it upfield, and he's going to get brought down shy of the 30. So maybe not a good decision there for SAGU, but it's hard to say there without playing the result. But a flag comes in here late. Now, this is going to be interesting because there was a scrum there. I wonder who they're going to call this on. And it's always so difficult to tell when there is a pile on at the end of a play. So good job by Wayland Baptist, though.
And the scrum's to the right of your screen there. It's going to vanish. Yeah, so we'll wait on what the call is as the referees deliberate at the 27-yard line. And Wayland Baptist, after kicking short, they decided to go ahead and out-kick the coverage a little bit and just count everybody to get down the field and make their plays. And the referees seem to be pointing in SAGU's direction, so this could unfortunately backfire in a big way for SAGU. We were on board with the idea of trying the kick return, see if we can get better yardage, but they may end up in a much worse situation than they were a second ago. Thanks to solid kick coverage from the Pioneers and potentially a call going against SAGU. And now another flag is
Another flag. He looked right at Jordan Barlow and threw a flag. I'm not sure what that was about.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on number 30 after the play was over. Unsportsmanlike conduct on number 79. So we'll have half distance to the goal and another half distance to the goal. So first unsportsmanlike
fouls of the game. So I heard the second one. That was on
first down.
Donald Kinchin.
So Donald Kinchin is going to say something. So there was unsportsmanlike conduct in the scrum on SAGU. Then in the discussion, as we saw 79 walking back, he said something, complained or something, drew the flag. Those both get enforced since one happened after the play and one happened there. So SAGU's going to get the ball at the 7-yard line.
They had the opportunity to have it at the 35, which at the right time, it looked like the right decision to enforce a penalty, re-kick, and you can't foresee things like this happening. It's just
a great kick coverage by the Pioneers, and then just foolishness from SAGU's special teams and then offensive line.
Here's Barlow back to pass. He completes it across the middle, cuts it upfield. Looks like Zachary Johnson. Johnson cuts it to the outside. Now he cuts it back. Ooh. He's past the 20, down just shy of the 30. So he gets nearly all of that. He does get all of that penalty yardage back there on first down because SAGU was going to be taken over right there at the 28-29 yard line. So on the first play, Zachary Johnson gets it all back.
And this play took so long. All 11 Pioneers, all 11 yellow jerseys had caught up with it. You'll see it in this frame. All 11 Pioneers are in that frame. That's what it took to get Johnson down there, as he turned a little crossing pattern into a whole lot more out to the 29. Quickly erases those unnecessary penalties from SAGU.
1st and 10. Barlow swings it out wide to Odidi. A correction, actually. That one is going to be completed to Zachariah Johnson. He's brought down, or driven out of bounds, rather, after a gain of, we'll call it 4 there on 1st down.
Yeah, just a quick hitter to Johnson. You know he can make something happen with it as well within his hands, but a quick response from that secondary to prevent it from going for anything too much. But, you know, gain of 4 on 1st down is always right where you're okay with things. And so SAGU, after 2 plays, are approaching where they could have had it on the original kickoff. So trying to erase a series of unfortunate events right there.
Barlow back to pass on 2nd down. Floating, he's going to step up, let it go across middle, has his man. It's Keaton Dudek in the open field. He's down past the 30, and he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. Jordan Barlow extending the play, finding Dudek for a big gain.
You'll see it here. Keaton Dudek is going to get aided by an excellent screen from the official.
Absolutely.
And
you know,
sometimes it just works out for you, and Keaton Dudek is going to make a lot happen on that play. After his defender is unable to catch up with him, he had nothing but running room in front of him down to the 25-yard line. A gain of, let's call it 37, I believe. 37.
Regardless, huge gain there on 1st down, or 2nd down rather. Here's Barlow now. Forever to throw, looking for Zachariah Johnson. Incomplete. Looks like he kind of got caught up with the defender there, but it falls harmlessly to the turf.
Zachariah Johnson was a little bit off balance. If he had not been, that's a touchdown. Oh, no, yeah, he just couldn't quite get to it. I think Barlow put it a little bit too far. If that had been on the money, Johnson's going to have it in his hands and a clear angle to walk right into the end zone.
And with his speed, that's an easy get around the edge into the end zone.
Yeah, there was no way that the safety up top was going to be able to turn around and come back quick enough to beat him to that corner. That would have been a touchdown. Regardless, 2nd and 10 now, still at the 25-yard line.
5.5 left to go here in the first half. He's going to quick hit it out to the outside to Zachariah Johnson. Johnson lowers the shoulder and picks up a good gain there on 2nd down. He picks up 7, maybe call it 8. Make it 3rd and 2.
Brings up 3rd and short. Johnson, 2 guys. One trying to bring him down from behind, the other squaring him up, still picking up 2 or 3 yards. You don't understand how difficult that is. I mean, I think we both do it.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the audience can pick up on it. But when you have 2 defenders literally pulling your legs out from underneath you and then squaring you up in the front, the fact that he's able to advance an inch is amazing. 2 or 3 yards is just spectacular.
They gave him 7, make it 3rd and 3. Here's Barlow. Here come out bunch. He's going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek, the C opens, and he's into the end zone. Walks in untouched. And SAGU, pending the extra point, will go up 24-10 in a second quarter where the offense for both teams has just exploded.
And this is going to be a spread-out offense. The Pioneers have to respect every single receiver out there. Barlow, and they bit the fake pass. It's the reverse play action, as we call it. They hand it off and then fake the throw. They totally bit on the quick hitter to the left side. That gave Dudek the hole. And once he had the hole, there's no way to stop him. He's going to run in easily. So SAGU is going to go 93 yards in very quick succession. Extra point is up and good, and they will lead 24-10. So yeah, a drive that started with a couple of very unnecessary penalties. The offense shook it off without a problem.
93-yard touchdown drive there for SAGU.
93-yard touchdown drive with a mixture of big plays in different ways. You know, handoffs, screen patterns, a couple of crossing routes, and a lot of guys doing things with the ball in their hands. Both Johnson and Dudek right there getting those extra yards. Lead is back to 14, and yeah, after a more of a mellow first quarter where the defenses were kind of starting to dictate things a little bit, both offenses have come alive here. 3 consecutive touchdowns on both sides of the ball have turned a 10-3 game into a 24-10 game here in around a 6-minute span.
Seen a lot of offense here in Waxahachie, especially in this second quarter. Here you see the current Student Athletic Conference standings at the top. Langston in a what seems to be a tough matchup today in Louisiana College. Last we checked, they were tied at 3 apiece. Langston again coming off a big win to Ottawa, and if you're a Langston fan, you'd hate to see your team beat the top 10 ranked Ottawa of Arizona. The feeling of losing to Louisiana College would just be unbearable, I would imagine.
And update from OPSU, the Aggies are up 20-13 over the Firestorm, kicking off. That would also be a massive upset.
Absolutely.
Probably with very little chance of getting to the playoffs, but regardless.
This kick will be fielded and looking to make something happen here, but he's going to get brought down past the 30, down at the 33-yard line, and that is where the Pioneers offense will take over after their last drive, a 73-yard touchdown pass from Nick Quintero to Brendan Strickland on one play. They put 7 on the board, so we'll see what they come out here with on first down.
Going back to that score a second ago, we were talking pregame how it looked like a very chalk week. It might be a very trap week, even as the Pioneers have been able to hang tight with SAGU here throughout most of the first half. So maybe not so much chalk, but a little bit of danger of upsets.
Quintero will hand it off to his man in the backfield, and a good open field tackle there by Isaac Gowdy. The carry that time by Jaden Miles, but Gowdy on an island out there makes a good tackle.
And that's really the smart thing to do. Lower the shoulder, throw him off his feet. Just trust that your strength is going to throw him off balance enough to where he's unable to get down the field. Just a gain of 1. And there was a lot of room to work with.
2nd and 9 here for the Pioneers. Quintero sends a man in motion. He is back to pass on 2nd down. He steps up, he loses the ball. The ball is live. And it looks like it's recovered by the Pioneers. And they're actually going to gain yardage off of that fumble. Falling on top of it was Cameron Mouton.
And I believe it's going to be Drake Rodriguez, if I'm not mistaken, who's going to come in and, Drake Rodriguez forces the fumble. All things considered, not the worst break for the Pioneers. They will gain yards, especially since for a moment there, you had 2 SAGU DBs with a bead on it, looking for the scoop and score. They'll face 3rd down, though, at the 36-yard line.
Under 3.5 left to play here in the first half. Quintero, 3rd and 6. Directing traffic. He's back to pass, low snap. He rolls out to his right, looking for anybody downfield. Dumps it off, it's completed. He's got his man Mouton. Mouton makes a move to the outside. Loses his footing, but he's got enough and then some for the first down, so the Pioneers will move those chains.
Big conversion for Wayland Baptist. You dodge the bullet on the fumble. Quintero's going to make the play extend with his feet. Just wait and hope for somebody to plant themselves down the field, and it will be Mouton. And it looks like a little bit of motion too early for the Pioneers.
We do get movement up front.
They were trying to hurry up to the line, and sometimes that means somebody's not quite set or somebody's trying to move too quick.
False start.
And it will be a false start.
Offense number 5. It's a 5-yard penalty.
That'll set them back 5.
Y'all gotta get set, come on.
If I'm not mistaken, that might be the first penalty of the game on Wayland Baptist. I don't recall any others before
they
that.
They did have the offsides on the kickoff.
Oh, true.
Against SAGU.
True. So that's the only, that one was enforced on special teams and ended up kind of working in their favor before SAGU's offense pretty much erased all of that.
The handoff here to Najee Gadsden. He's brought down quickly, actually, for a loss. A loss of 1 there. So it'll be forgot about the penalty. Yes. A gain of 4 there, so it gets back almost to the original line of scrimmage. Makes it 2nd and 11.
Christopher Bakos was the one who got the penetration of the backfield and threw him off balance enough to where he didn't have enough momentum to fight his way through that crowd. But almost
the snap dribbles back to Quintero, but he's able to get the pass off, finds his man, makes a man miss. That pass completed to Justin Harrison, and he's got enough just to make it about 3rd and we'll call it 2.5, maybe a long 2.
Nothing's come easy for Quintero. He's been facing pressure. He's had to keep plays alive with his feet. And right there, having to scoop the ball off the ground, does a good job of picking up the yards they need to make a very makeable 3rd down. SAGU lucky they didn't get a face mask there. That was very close to a face mask call. 3rd and short at the 43-yard line.
Takes a handoff, completes it to the outside. There's Harrison. Harrison looking to make something happen, but not when you're wrapped up by Drake Rodriguez. He brings him down for a loss of 2, so that makes it 4th, and they're going to call it 4th and a short 5. But a SAGU defender is on the ground, slow to get up.
And I think that is Jaleen Brown, if I'm not mistaken. And that's never what you want to see. He's making a quick move, and it's a non-contact injury as he goes down. Never want to see any injuries, obviously, but those are the ones that you worry about. Because if it was non-contact, you worry about, the tendons, the
in a
calves,
sport that
muscles.
is so violent and there's so much physicality. It's crazy that the non-contact injuries are some of the most scary ones that you see on the field. You're going to get it.
The ones that you worry about having long-term ramifications. As you see right there, just kind of twists his ankle now. He's walking. He's getting helped off the field at the moment. Definitely not putting any pressure on that right foot.
It actually is going to be Taze Allen.
Oh, sorry.
Who is it was hard to tell from where we're at, but Allen is going to get taken to that purple tent.
Now back to the field. Wayland Baptist is going to go for it here on 4th and 4 at the 45-yard line.
4th and 4 into the pistol is Quintero. He turns around and hands it off, and the SAGU defense does not bend. Turnover on downs. They will take over on offense. That's a huge stop. SAGU up 14, 24-10, has a chance to make it a bigger lead with about a minute and a half left to go in the first half.
And that was a big ask from your running back and your offensive line to go straight up the gut to pick up 4 yards. That's the play you might have wanted to draw up on 3rd down, not 4th down. They were unable to get it. Yeah, now SAGU with a big chance to get, somehow it works out every way that we get to talk about this, the double dip.
Yep.
To get that score before the half and then get the ball first. Looking at a short field, they only have 1 timeout remaining, but they have a minute and 33 seconds to do stuff with. That's plenty of time for this offense to at least get down to the field goal range and try to get those 2 consecutive scores, put the Pioneers in a bind.
Barlow sends a man in motion. He's back to pass. Floats to his left, looking deep across the middle, has his man, Paul O'Didi, cannot break the last tackle and get away, but that's a huge gain on 1st down. Barlow to Paul O'Didi, now inside the red zone.
O'Didi just taking advantage of this opportunity with Long out of the game, had to stretch for that excellent route. Barlow puts it right where it needed to be, where O'Didi was the only one who had a shot at it inside the red zone after 1 play.
Here's Barlow after the big gain on 1st down. He's back to pass. He rolls out to his right, lets it go into the flat. Incomplete, intended for Zachariah Johnson. Tim, I thought on that pass to O'Didi, I thought maybe he overthrew him just a little bit. How foolish of me. I forgot. Paul O'Didi, 6'5".
Yeah,
can't outthrow that.
That is the ultimate advantage of having a tall wide receiver, is the overthrow range gets more and more. For if you overthrow him, you have to really overthrow him. He's got quite the wingspan.
Barlow now on 2nd and 10.
Free play.
Barlow lets it go across the middle, looking for Mike Mouton. Incomplete. It's going to be 5 yards regardless here, though, for SAGU on the offsides. He got the Pioneers to jump.
That hard count has worked out on a number of occasions. You get the clap and not reset before the ball was snapped.
Offside. Defense number 50.
There you see the 5-yard penalty enforced there against Pioneers. So it'll be 2nd and 5 here for SAGU. Up 14, and like you said, the opportunity here to put points on the board and then get the ball coming out of halftime would be huge here for SAGU.
Yeah, getting any points here to where you could potentially have a 4-score lead by the time that Nick Quintero gets the ball back in his hands. I mean, that's just running the clock out for the second half at that point.
They hand it off, and he's going to go carry the pile for the 1st down. I thought, for a second there, I thought Barlow still had the ball. That's going to be Kevin Busby.
Yep, Busby has been a solid second back for SAGU all season, and he's getting the touches right now. First and goal, Busby again.
Quick snap, here's Busby, lowers the shoulder. He's going to get brought down short of the end zone. They're going to mark him down just right at the 2-yard line, and Coach Smith calls a timeout here, his last of the first half.
Still plenty of time to work with, but SAGU uses their final timeout. Second and goal from the 2. You still got plenty of time to keep the plays on the ground, but this might be a good time to rally up and call your next few plays. Go ahead and call your second and third down plays and have the special teams unit ready if they need to get out on the field in a hurry.
Yep. And we're looking at the OPSU-ACU game. The Hankies with the 21-14 lead over the Firestorm. That would be a huge upset if OPSU can hang on to that lead. Now, it is early. It's in the second quarter. Texas Wesleyan up big on Texas College, and then Langston, nail-biter at halftime, up 10-9 against Louisiana College. Louisiana College looks like they can't quite find the end zone here in the first half. But, again, it's a couple of close games here in the Student Athletic Conference. Games that matter, too, for Arizona Christian and Langston.
Very much matter, absolutely. I mean, Arizona Christian, unlikely to get inside the playoff picture, but receiving votes, anytime you can finish the season in the top 25, that really helps you for next year, if anything. Now back here, second goal from the 2.
They will come out here in the shotgun. Busby goes in motion, so Barlow looks like he's going to go under center. We've seen him sneak it here. Barlow takes snap. He's back to pass. Looking to the end zone. Zachariah Johnson brings it in. Touchdown, Lions. Barlow takes a snap from under center and finds his man in the corner of the end zone, Zachariah Johnson. And SAGU looks to go up 31-10.
That's just my guy versus your guy. Go on an island and see what happens. And you're going to trust Barlow to put the ball where it needs to be and Johnson to make the adjustment to go up and get it. Barlow's third touchdown pass of the first half, all 3 to different receivers. And SAGU started the drive with 1:33. They only needed 57 seconds.
Kick is up, and it is good. SAGU goes up 31-10. 3-score ball game here now in Waxahachie. And the Pioneers looked like they were fighting. They made it a 17-10 game, and SAGU stepped it up defensively and then offensively just took advantage. And just like that, they push a 7-point game to a 21-point game.
Yeah, big guy. It can get out of hand in a hurry when you have an offense like SAGU's that can just be so consistent. They have gotten inside the Wayland Baptist 15-yard line on every drive this half. They had to settle for 1 field goal inside the 5, and they had the turnover on downs at the 14 or around 14-15. But yeah, every single drive has entered the red zone or scored. I think they had the touchdown run from the 25-yard line. So technically they never entered the red zone, but every single drive has just moved down the field. They're going to, when we get the first half stats, they're going to have a ton of yards. They will have just so many yards under their belt, and they've made them count for points as well. So 37 seconds left. Pioneers do have all their timeouts, and down 21, you kind of need to try something. You've already had one big play here, so try to get a bit of a return here, and then try to, go deep again like you did last time.
Ball falls off the tee. We saw that a lot last week. First time today.
Not an ounce of wind, though, so that's one of those where the kicker's trying to get that perfect, he's trying to stand it up perfectly straight to get exactly what he wants out of it.
Here is Woodley. He will kick it off, a little pooch kick, and it's fielded by the up man here for the Pioneers. He looks to make a man miss, cuts it back, and now it's interesting now here with 31, just shy of 32 seconds left.
If there was any hesitancy on the Wayland Baptist sideline about whether or not to try for something here, that's gone now up to the 44-yard line. You definitely, with 31 seconds left, 3 timeouts, you definitely try to get some points here.
That's a big return there by the receiver, Justin Harrison, who those up guys are not used to fielding those kicks, but when they do, you see them try to make as big a play as possible, and that's a big return here for Wayland Baptist. Here's Quintero. He's back to pass. They do have all 3 timeouts. He's going to let it go towards the sideline, just short of his receiver, his intended receiver, Brendan Strickland.
On the year, their kicker, Jeffrey Lucido, has not made a kick from beyond 30 yards, so they definitely would need to get down inside the 20 to have a realistic chance at getting some points. 27 seconds to work with now.
2nd and 10. Here's Quintero, 3 to his right. He is back to pass. And he lets it go. It's brought in by Strickland. He ducks out of bounds. He's really close to that first down marker. They're going to mark him about a half a yard short. So with 22 seconds left, it's going to be 3rd and 1. We'll see what they decide to do here. They do have all 3 timeouts to work with.
So if they wanted to go to the ground here and try to pick up this first down either with a sneak or a quick handoff, they do have. Now the clock will wind, and the Pioneers, I don't think the Pioneers have noticed.
It looked to me like Strickland got out of bounds.
Pretty clearly.
I'm really not sure why the clock decided to go there.
Yeah, inside of 2 minutes, that clock, obviously if you step out of bounds, earlier in the half. Oh
boy, and then the worst case scenario here for Wayland Baptist, a flag comes out during the conversation that they were having with the head coach. Or maybe not even the head coach, with the coach on the sideline.
And he is justifiably upset. That is just a little bit of a slip up from the head official. He should not have called for that clock to move. He stepped out of bounds on his own volition. So it wasn't like he was forced out. Sometimes they forced out, they'll rule that it was more of a tackle. And unfortunately for the Pioneers, not only are they going to not get the benefit of the clock, which they should have gotten, they're going to have some unfortunate words thrown in the officials' direction that's going to move them back 15 yards. And there's still a lot of discussion.
There's still a lot of jawing going on in that far sideline of Wayland Baptist. But I mean, I feel Wayland Baptist here. That's
unsportsmanlike conduct.
That is a bad stoppage. That is a bad penalty, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, the coach was right to be upset. The clock should not have started. They should have had 3rd and 1 with 22 seconds left.
On
the clock ran all the way down to 15.
Yeah.
And then in the conversation with the coach on Wayland Baptist sideline, the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty comes out that should have never happened. That's just baffling to me. That's a really bad break for the Pioneers offense.
Very unfortunate. They were looking at 3rd and half a yard. And now, all things, they've reset the clock to 22 seconds.
That's an extra gut punch to Wayland Baptist. So, I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
3rd and 16 now here for the Pioneers. Here's Quintero back to pass. He steps up, he's facing pressure, and he's brought down. The SAGU defense brings the pass rush, and they get there. That time, Dalton Spencer in on the sack.
They've been threatening it all game long. They've got a couple. Quintero's done a good job of keeping things alive.
And that will do it for the first half, as Wayland Baptist is content just to let the clock run, rightfully so. So an interesting end there to the first half is now there's a scrum going on in that far sideline, some chirping and jawing.
And I saw Coach Smith the whole way trying to get him off the field.
It's getting a little chippy here. And yeah, you're right. Coach Smith did the right thing, ran, almost sprinted to the opposite sideline.
He saw it developing before it happened. He was trying to get over there to get his guy off. The words just kept flying, though. Coaches rush in to defuse it before it goes any further, but it definitely gets a little heated at the end of the first half.
That's going to make things very interesting in the second half, as it's a 31-10 ball game. SAGU currently leads. That's going to make things interesting here for the second half, and you got to think these officials, the officials that they have been a little flag happy, in my opinion, when it comes to unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Yeah. So that it could get very interesting here as the second half, as we get ready for the second half. But right now, let's hear from defensive coordinator Jared Hutchins, who is with our sideline reporter Will Boone. Will, down to you.
Coach, your defense had some great stops in the first half of this game. What adjustments are you making, if any, in the second half before coming back out here?
We got to do a better job at covering up the middle of the field. I think we did a better job at covering the back out there. Other than that, we just need to get some turnovers, really help out the offense a little more, but they're doing a great job over there.
You have great leaders on your team, and Isaac Gowdy and Drake Rodriguez. Who else are you looking to in the second half to make some big plays?
All of them, man. All of our guys are capable of doing that. Zach Nelson's having a pretty good game, and we just need to continue to do that.
Awesome. Thanks, Coach. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Coach Hutchins. Don't go anywhere. Half number 2 coming your way. The Lions lead the Pioneers 31-10. Second half next, right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
At AGCU, we are committed to forging relationships centered around faith and finance. Our purpose is to provide financial solutions to help you succeed while we tithe 10% of our annual earnings to ministry and community organizations.
Your mercy's never ending, your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
When a lot of people think of the NAIA, they think, oh, the talent level is less. The talent level is not as great. That is just not true. You know, there's some great athletes out here that maybe didn't have the size or the athletic ability to play at D1 or D2, but the talent level out here is tremendous. If I could give anybody advice or pitch that to anybody, I'd say give the NAIA a chance. It's a great place to play.
AGCU, we are committed to forging relationships centered around faith and finance. Our purpose is to provide financial solutions to help you succeed while we tithe 10% of our annual earnings to ministry and community organizations.
Your mercy's never ending, your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
Honey, have you applied to that school yet?
Not really into purple.
SAGU. Never say no to a lion.
At Southwestern, we endeavor to offer more than the average college curriculum, producing men and women whose lives are pleasing to God, and that's worth everything.
Leadership is influence, and there are those who are going to be gifted at it, that God's given them that gift and in that role, and so it's very important that they know how to lead according to the leading of the Spirit.
You may sense a gifting from God to leadership within the church or wherever, the marketplace, but still it would be a good thing for you to receive academic training in that.
The MOL is all about that. It's about helping people discover their giftedness, have a sense of purpose and mission.
It's a 12-course, 36-hour degree concerning organizational leadership.
I do some work as a consultant for the Texas Police Chiefs Association, and I run a leadership academy for them. But I didn't have the credentials other than self-study.
It meets the need for those who are leading ministries or churches.
There's people in there who aren't pastors, who are business people, who are in all kinds of education fields and law. We've had lawyers, we've had military people.
From school teachers to administrators to pastors, associate pastors, leaders of nonprofits, leaders of for-profits. With digital efficiency.
Professors were phenomenal. The way they lay out the course, the way they create safety in that room for you to be who you really are. That's what's important. Leaders need to be authentic. They taught us how to be compassionate, how to be vulnerable, how to be transparent.
but we recognize that there are people on the field who may not be professors, but they've got something to say. So we have two different kind of MOL programs. We have that it can be totally online, or we have what we call an executive MOL, where we bring in a practitioner.
Learn how to manage people from your heart, not just from your head.
And for 3 days, they have an opportunity to hear the passion, the heartbeat of an energized leader. They have an opportunity to rub shoulders with and hear from someone who is doing it from the field.
When I came on campus, it was like a retreat to me. It was refreshing. It was to sit in that room with other practitioners, and we're talking God the entire time. We're talking leadership and we're talking God.
Some people go, are you a born leader or are you not a born leader? Well, I think there's some people who have giftings that they have a gift like that, but everyone should be able to grow in it. And so you may be not so good, you can become good. And there's others that are gifted, but all of us need to grow and be able to influence for good.
Going to college?
Yep.
SAGU, right?
Nope. Decided to go to Hogwarts.
SAGU. Never say no to a lion.
At AGCU, we are committed to forging relationships centered around faith and finance. Our purpose is to provide financial solutions to help you succeed while we tithe 10% of our annual earnings to ministry and community organizations.
Your mercy's never ending, your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
When a lot of people think of the NAIA, they think, oh, the talent level is less. The talent level is not as great. That is just not true. You know, there's some great athletes out here that maybe didn't have the size or the athletic ability to play at D1 or D2, but the talent level out here is tremendous. If I could give anybody advice or pitch that to anybody, I'd say give the NAIA a chance. It's a great place to play.
At AGCU, we are committed to forging relationships centered around faith and finance. Our purpose is to provide financial solutions to help you succeed while we tithe 10% of our annual earnings to ministry and community organizations.
Your mercy's never ending, your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
Honey, have you applied to that school yet?
Not really into purple.
SAGU. Never say no to a lion.
At Southwestern, we endeavor.
Welcome back to the SAGU Sports Network as we get ready for the second half of action between the SAGU Lions and the Wayland Baptist Pioneers. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in that first half because it was an exciting one. It started off a little slow. SAGU did end up scoring on their first two possessions, but then Wayland Baptist came back, made it 17-10, and then Tim, just out of nowhere, the offensive explosion by the Lions to go up 31-10.
Yeah, up 17-10 after, Wayland Baptist offense really struggled out of the gate. They were able to cut the lead back to 7, but then SAGU is able to get the ball, has a 93-yard touchdown drive, just one big play after another. Then they get another punt, and in less than a minute, right before the half, go and get the second touchdown right in a row to push the lead to where it is right now, 21 points, where they get the ball first to start the second half as well. So a real chance to kind of put this one out of reach early on here in the second half. Wayland Baptist, again, had negative yardage after their first 3 drives, but then had an 80-yard field goal drive and a one-play 73-yard touchdown pass. But after that, they were unable to find their footing. They were actually advancing a little bit before the end of the half, before an unfortunate series of events with a controversial start of the clock and then a 15-yard penalty from should we say too much protestation? Methinks thou doth protest too much? Is that the official call? I'm not sure. Neither of us were a fan of it. Either way, you got to watch it when you're on the sideline. What you say, you can't say too much. We see some stats right here. SAGU with 360 total yards in that first half. You knew it was going to be bonkers. Almost getting close to 400 yards in the first half alone. Jordan Barlow having a game. And speaking of having a game, Paul O'Didi, 142 receiving yards and a touchdown.
We are underway here in the second half. Jalen Moss will return this kick, trying to make something happen in the open field, but he's brought down, slung around that time, but a good tackle by Stefano Sanchez on the outside. And SAGU will take over on offense here from the 24-yard line.
Was unable to ever get past that initial line. Was able to get held up inside the 25-yard line. Now Jordan Barlow,
he's having his best game of the season.
I was just about to say that. Probably having what we would categorize as his best game of the season. And he hasn't had to put up the same numbers as he's had to all year long, thanks to the efforts of Keaton Dudick. But he is putting them up today, has been sharp consistently.
They will start here with Keaton Dudick. He cuts it back up the middle, and a good carry there on first down. He picks up, we'll call it 7 there on first.
And this is the big danger of letting the Lions have a lead like this. Is that start in the second half, you can just start ordering up heaping helpings of Keaton Dudek. He's nowhere near 100 yards right now, but I'd have a pretty safe bet that he'll cross 100 before the day's over right now, with SAGU holding a 21-point lead in the second half.
2nd and 3 here for Barlow in this Lions offense. Takes a snap, he's back to pass. Has a lot of time to throw. He's going to roll out to his right. He's got a lot of grass in front of him, throws it back across his body. He's got Blaine Rowe, who turns around, throws a stiff arm, breaks the tackle. He's down inside the 30, down at the 25. They're going to call him out of bounds at the 27-yard line. A huge pitch and catch there from Barlow to Blaine Rowe.
And you won't see it here, but that was essentially the third route Blaine Rowe had run. He had cut across the field, come back up towards Barlow, then reversed and gone back down the field for Barlow, just doing everything he can to be the guy that Jordan can find down the field. He's really emerged. He didn't call his name much last year. Weird year, of course. Hard to say anything last year counted, it feels
right,
like.
Right.
But even early in this season, he wasn't getting much into. He has really reestablished himself as a dangerous tight end for SAGU.
Fakes a handoff, he's back to throw, looking deep across the middle, and Zachary Johnson into the end zone for the touchdown. So SAGU takes a minute and a half off the clock, and they go exactly what we said that they would try to do: score at the end of the first half, come out with the ball in the second half, put another 6 on the board, and SAGU, pending the extra point here by Kieran Woodley, will go up 38-10.
Just a perfect pass from Barlow to Zachary Johnson. So he gives it to Zachariah at the end of the first half. You got to come back and give one to the other, John.
Absolutely.
You can't, they're twins. You can't let one have a touchdown, the other not. And that was a picture-perfect pass. SAGU.
And the extra point is blocked, and they've got a chance to put some points on the board. Can he win the open field foot race? He can. He's down to the 50, down to the 40, 30, 20, 10, and the touchdown. Or, sorry, not the touchdown. That's going to be a, what is it, Tim? A 2-point conversion here for Wayland Baptist off the blocked extra point attempt. So now we talked about 38-10. Now it's 37-12. Exciting play there for the Pioneers. Maybe that can spark something here in the second half.
They need something for sure. And right there, about to be down 28, you would think. Instead,
it's still a 3-score game.
Yeah, it's still a 3.
Well, it went from a 4 to a 3-score game, 28 to 25. So that is a big play. It's a big play.
It's a bit of a spark, and one you absolutely needed after SAGU. It felt like with minimal resistance, cruised over 75 yards down the field, just bang, bang, bang. But as it is, SAGU is only going to end up netting 4 points on that drive. So it's kind of that really weird, and I love that rule. I love the rule that you can return the
oh yeah, it's still a 4-score game.
Yeah, 25.
I did my math wrong. We talk about not being good at math, Tim. I'm right there with you. So it is still a 4-score game from 28 to 25.
There's not many drives where you score 6 and your opponent scores 2. So you'd be forgiven for kind of being thrown off guard. Either way, SAGU does look absolutely spectacular as Jordan Barlow throws his 4th touchdown pass of the game. That'll push the offense well over 400 yards total for the day.
Woodley's kickoff is fielded at the 6-yard line. Strickland looking to make something happen here. He gets down past the 20, and a big hit fires up that SAGU sideline. He's going to be brought down short of that 25-yard line.
So now the Pioneers will come out again. That on offense really struggled at the beginning of the game. Had it put together there, but then it kind of all fell apart on them. And yeah, pretty much they had that one very short drive at the end of the half that they were unable to complete. There wasn't a whole lot of time to work with. And so the last time they truly had the ball in their hands for a normal drive, they were down 14. They get it back now, they're down 25.
1st and 10 here for the Pioneers offense. They're going to hand it off and met quickly by Keandre Belcher and Dalton Spencer, or rather Damaris Heron on the outside. They make the stop for a loss.
And it's Heron who comes up very quick to the line. And Keandre Belcher, it was hard to see there. It was like he came untouched across the left end. I don't know how Keandre Belcher is ever untouched. I mean, I'd have 2 guys on him every single play.
Makes it 2nd and 12 here for Quintero in the offense. Back to passes, Quintero swings it out to the flat. He's got his man, but he's brought down. It's going to make it 3rd and mid here, 3rd and about 6. He found his running back out of the backfield, Jaden Miles.
And it's Dalton Spencer. He does so good vertically. He does such a good job running along those hashes, beating his guy to a point to make sure he can get a good hand on him and bring him down. It will be a gain of about 7, though, make a much more makeable 3rd down.
3rd and 5. 3rd and a long 5 here. Here's Quintero. He's back to pass on 3rd down. He pumps and is hit immediately, but he doesn't go down. Quintero gets rid of it. It's intercepted. SAGU with the turnover. Isaac Gowdy comes up with the interception on the ball that was overthrown, intended for his receiver, Skylar Witten. And SAGU takes over in Pioneer territory.
Only Keandre Belcher could have his first blown sack of the year. He had him wrapped up dead to right, somehow didn't bring him down. And it's because he somehow knew it was going to be an interception. I mean, he's just got that mind game going on. But Belcher is the one who puts the pressure. I thought for sure it was a sack. Somehow he escaped from it, but then tries to do too much. And SAGU's offense will take over at the 36-yard line. Belcher's just lucky. Again, last week was the first time he was held up at the line. Brings the guy down for a huge sack.
Free play here for Barlow. He's going to throw it off his back foot, looking for Odidi, and they blow the play dead. The pass fell incomplete regardless, but this is going to be offsides by Wayland Baptist.
Defense has got to be feeling good about themselves
Offside.
right now.
Defense, number
Only allowed
57.
10 points on the game.
5-yard penalty. Remains
Seven
first
of those
down.
came on one play. One very well drawn up, pump fake, throw everybody off type play. Other than that, the defense has been outstanding at getting sacks, throwing them for a loss, and they finally have their first turnover of the day.
Empty backfield here for Barlow. He's got 5 wide, 1st and 5. Barlow takes a snap. He's back to pass. Quick hitter to the outside. Bobbled by Dudek, but it's brought in. That bobble did not allow him to try to make a move after the catch there. And that brings up 2nd and 1, gain of 4.
It was a good job of recovering. Nearly dropped it. Yeah, had to be able to secure it. More than likely, we'll be able to fight with that first down. As it is, though, 2nd and 1. Right where SAGU wants to be. Yeah. Almost let that slip through his hands. Had to use his knees to kind of keep it from going to the ground.
2nd and 1. Here's Barlow. He's got Dudek in the backfield, pistol formation. And he will fake the handoff. He's back to pass. There's a lot of guys downfield here. That's going to fall incomplete. Little RPO there. Kind of got blown up and really nothing going.
It's hard to tell. The way Dudek was looking back, he was expecting it. So I feel like that was either miscommunication between quarterback and running back, or Barlow just was unable to kind of complete the process of the handoff. Because, yeah, it was kind of a frantic throw there. 3rd and 1 from the 27. The Pioneers have been really good in these short yardage situations throughout the day. Had a turnover on downs, forced a field goal earlier in the first half. Looking for a big stand here.
Sends Busby in motion. He's going to hand it off to Dudek, and Dudek is wrapped up for a loss. So that'll bring up 4th down. That's going to be a loss of 2 on the play, and that's not something we're used to seeing. Dudek has gotten dropped for a loss multiple times today.
Like I said, the Pioneers have been excellent in these short yard situations. Manny Arguello is one of the ones in there who throws Dudek for the loss. SAGU will be debating what to do, and looks like
they will trot out the kicking team. So this will be a 56-yard field goal. Or 56, 46-yard field goal.
He can make it, though.
He can make it for 56. Wayland Baptist is going to call a timeout here to get things situated on defense. Actually, there is a injured player. So an injury timeout here for the officials. And SAGU had a player come off as well. I think it was because his helmet came off on the play, but Antoine McDowell walked off kind of holding his head a little bit. May have taken a bump when his helmet came off. And then for Wayland Baptist, it looks like the injured player is going to be Keandre Vassar. We've called his name a couple of times today.
We got a live look in here. That is Louisiana College in Langston, where Louisiana College is currently leading 16-10. My goodness, would that just throw a wrench into the entire...
I love chaos, Tim. I love it. I'm all for it. Let me see some upsets.
More chaos. If we can get a four-way tie at the top of the standings somehow, that's just... I want to go to tiebreaker number 28. I want nothing but chaos all the time.
46-yard field goal here for SAGU. Riggin basket to snap. Seth Green to hold. The kick is up, and it is good. Kieran Woodley continues to impress. Was there any doubt? From 46, he's automatic.
46-yard field goal.
He has excelled, again, been multiple-time conference special teams player of the week this season.
Making his case again with the 46-yard.
Yeah, and made that look easy. I mean, that was 46. That would have been good. Yeah, using my very scientific method known as the eyeball test. That'd have been good for 52, 53. He was on money. We've seen him from 50-plus this year already. And SAGU breaks 40 points less than 5 minutes into the second half. They've already dropped 9. 2 scoring drives start the half off. The only thing that's gone wrong is a blocked extra point. Other than that, they have very quickly turned their 21-point lead into a 28-point lead in a very interesting way.
Yeah, very interesting.
But got to be sitting pretty where they are right now, especially the way their defense has been playing outside of really that one little segment where Wayland got moving and then had the big play. Defense has been dominated.
Here is Woodley's kick. It is fielded at the 7-yard line. Here is Witten. Witten breaks a tackle, but then SAGU does a good job of capitalizing on the stoppage of momentum. Initially, Carter Lincoln made the hit, and it looks like he came back and helped clean up the tackle.
That is going to be very impressive. Yeah, it's going to be Lincoln who slows him down, gets up, never gives up on the play, and won't quite get back there in time. But he was back in the vicinity, and even though he's going to get shook for the initial contact, that is what stopped the return man dead in his tracks and allowed everybody else to corral him down inside the 20. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line as Wayland now has a mountain to climb.
1st and 10 from the 18. Here's Quintero back to pass. Facing pressure, Drake Rodriguez misses. Quintero pumps, but he cannot get away. That time, the arms of Keandre Belcher. Thought he came away with it, but Keandre Belcher this time finishes off the sack. And SAGU's defense is just rolling right now.
You're not going to shake a Keandre Belcher sack twice. And first it's Rodriguez who throws him off balance. You got Noah Gibson also pursuing. Everybody. The whole Rogues Gallery was in on that play. Just lining up to take their chances. A 13-yard sack.
2nd and 23 from the 5-yard line. Here's Quintero now in the pistol. Takes a snap. He's back to pass. He pumps. Looking to the sideline. Has a man. He brings it in. It's going to get enough to make it 3rd and manageable here, but he finds his man on the outside, Owen Fwambu.
16-yard gain. Looks to the right, looks to his left, and sets back up to the right. Fwambu's going to be set up right at the corner where he needed to be. Very nice pass. Got to make it very manageable now. 3rd and 7, back within the realm of possibility. Offensive line finally gave him the time to throw as SAGU was only rushing 3. They had dropped a bunch back to try to defend the long pass. Wayland still able to pick up around 15 there.
3rd and 7, back to pass is Quintero. He's going to get hit again. He's going to get brought down for another sack. This time, coming off the edge, was number 10, Zach Nelson, in for the sack.
Bringing that linebacker blitz straight up the gut. After they only brought 3 the last time, they say, all right, stand all of our guys on the front. We're going to bring a linebacker blitz. He's able to weave his way through. 2 sacks on this drive. I think they've got to be up to 5 or 6 on the day.
They have absolutely caused havoc in the backfield for Nick Quintero and this Pioneers offense.
Anytime he's been able to throw, it's been because he's had to roll out. And they have started off this half dominatingly.
Andre Harmon on to punt here for the Pioneers. He gets it off. It's an end-over-end punt fielded by Jalen Brown. He's got a chance to make something, Jalen Moss rather, got a chance to make something work here. He gets pretty good gain there, pretty good return. And things are starting to get chippy here, and a flag does come out from the far sideline after the play. A little pushing and shoving. And we saw this at the end of the first half. Some words were exchanged, and coaches had to separate the teams to go to the locker room. We'll see what the call is here. We're kind of afraid this may be what happened here in the second half, or what would happen in the second half.
Yeah, as a chippy game, it's very rare that a chippy game in the first half gets less chippy in the second, especially as the score begins to separate these penalties. A little bit of a late shove there from SAGU. It looked like right after that there was another shove. So the question is, do both shoves get called? Does one get called and not the other? I'm just voicing over what the refs are saying right now, I believe. So we're going to call that shove. He's asking about now the head official. There is a flag over here at the far SAGU sideline.
Yeah,
sitting on the ground. Look at that
camera work.
That is a high definition close up of a flag. I can read the tag, made in China. I mean, impressive work from our on the spot camera operator, bringing you the latest breaking news on where the flag is on the field. We're going to get the call here after a little bit of a deliberation.
Not only is he a terrific sideline reporter, but Will Boone also an excellent camera operator there on the sideline. Double duty today.
Multitasking. He's a Swiss Army knife.
Personal foul.
We got a personal foul.
Receiving
on
team
SAGU.
blocking a player out of bounds. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 10,
conduct
on the receiving team. That's a 15-yard penalty each way. First down.
So it'll all even out. So a 15-yard penalty on SAGU. So it was that late hit that we saw.
Well, he said something about the player being forced out of bounds or something happened out of bounds, which is where the flag was on the sideline, and then the unsportsmanlike conduct.
That would have been not allowing the player to re-enter the field.
Yes.
Once you knock a guy out, you can kind of shove him out of bounds, but you have to allow him to re-enter, making contact with the player out of bounds, not allowing him to re-enter the field. And then something happened, probably a little bit of pushing and shoving after the play. So that's a whole lot of deliberation to say the ball doesn't move.
Exactly.
First and 10 from the 39-yard line.
So a good return there by Jalen Moss sets up SAGU inside their opponent's 40-yard line. Up 40-12. Barlow going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek cuts it upfield, makes a man miss. He's got enough for the first down, lowers his shoulder, keeps the pile moving, and a huge gain there on first down. Gets it all the way down to the 19, a pickup of 20.
That's just what we talk about, just weaving. I say this every week. He's a weaver. He just finds a way with guys around him. You're like, how is he not getting brought down? He just makes the right steps at the right time. Had his little lane to go through and picks up 20 yards on the first play of the drive, back inside the red zone where the Lions have gone every single drive this game.
The fake pitch by Barlow, he cuts it back and spins forward. A pickup, a short gain there on first down. Pickup of 2, make it 2nd and 8.
Actually, I take it back. The last drive, they did not make it into the red zone. They still scored, but they were held just outside the red zone.
Right.
Regardless, every drive so far has either ended up in the red zone or ended with points. They've actually had one drive that didn't have points, and that was when they were held up on 4th and 1 at the opposing 14-yard line.
2nd and 7, they gave Barlow 3 yards on that carry. He gets him to jump off sides. They're going to blow the whistle. Barlow visibly frustrated that they did not let that play go.
Yeah, it was the contact up front, which will make it encroachment and blow the play dead. But
offside,
Barlow,
defense number 30 after a 5-yard penalty remains.
We saw that last week, actually. A guy came across the line and very intelligently realized it was going to be a free play, and so leaned in and made contact with a SAGU player to blow the play dead.
Smart. I mean, if you're going to jump off sides, touch somebody.
Touch somebody or keep moving towards the quarterback to where it's unabated. Don't just hop off sides and allow that free play to happen. So 5-yard penalty there will make it 2nd and a short 3.
Absolutely 2nd and a short 3. Here's Barlow back to pass. Going across the middle, has his man brought in for the touchdown. Zachary Johnson, as it stands, his 2nd touchdown of the day. I think this is going to go against Wayland Baptist as Johnson made the catch with the guy draped all over him.
Yep, that's going to be pass interference on the Pioneers, and Zachary Johnson with his 2nd touchdown of the quarter. The 2nd touchdown of the last 7
pass interference, defense number 18.
There is the call, pass interference against the Pioneers. Decline. The touchdown will stand, and SAGU, for the time being, goes up 46-12 as Kieran Woodley comes on for the extra point.
39-yard touchdown drive. Didn't have to go far. It really hasn't mattered much for SAGU offense, they've been clicking all day long. SAGU forced to use a timeout on the extra point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I only count 10 guys out there.
And that is exactly what's going on. Yep.
We saw the shot there. It looked like Seth Green and Kieran Woodley were both appealing. They were saying we need one more guy out here. We've already had one extra point blocked this half. We don't need another.
Exactly. Yeah, don't need another one. Yeah,
so
exactly.
SAGU will use their first timeout to correct that situation.
Kieran Woodley on for the extra point after the quick timeout here by SAGU to put another man on the field. Looking to make it 47-12. The extra point is up, and it is good. And SAGU goes up 47-12. A huge second half here to start for SAGU. Went from 31 points to 47, like you said, in about 7 minutes of action.
Yeah,
it's been absolutely crazy.
Going back to the end of the second half, really in the last 11 or 12 minutes, SAGU has put up 30 points. So that is 30 points within the span of a single quarter. There's only one word for that, and that's domination. That is what this SAGU offense has been showing thus far, complete domination. Jordan Barlow, 368 yards passing through 2.5 quarters and 5 touchdowns.
5 touchdowns to 4 different receivers.
That's to say.
Spreading the ball out very nicely is Jordan Barlow.
Keaton Dudick sitting there with 11 rushes for 62 yards and a touchdown. Paulo Didi hasn't had a catch this half yet, but he still is the leading receiver with 142 yards and a touchdown. Zachary Johnson is the leading touchdown. He has the pole position in the touchdown race right now with 2 touchdown receptions. SAGU approaching 500 total yards, a 301-yard discrepancy between the two teams right now, as there has been some separation and separation fast in this ballgame.
Kickoff is fielded from the 6. Witten trying to make something happen. He's going to be brought down right at that 25-yard line. So that is where Nick Quintero and this Pioneers offense will take over. And he has had a day in that backfield trying to run for his life. The SAGU defensive pass rush has been incredible today, including 2 sacks on that last drive alone.
And even more impressive really this half, and I think that's all credit to Jared Hudgens, the Hudge, as we used to call him back when he was out here getting sacks for this SAGU team. He has consistently drawn up excellent second half game plans, and he's bringing those linebacker blitzes. He sees stuff and he brings it, and they have brought the pressure through the first 2 drives. Coming back out for the third now.
They will hand it off to Witten. Witten trying to get it to the outside, but he's brought down by a gang of Lions. Good gang tackling there by the SAGU defense. Actually gets Witten down for a loss. It's going to make it 2nd and 11. Tim, here's a bit of trivia for you.
Ooh.
Jared Hutchins, all-time, or not all-time, single-game leader, or single-game record holder for SAGU in terms of tackles. Do you know how many it was?
Oh, goodness. Well, see, I also would have watched those teams, so I know that there was games that there was a lot of offense on the other side. I'm going to say it was probably 16 or 17.
22.
Woo!
Yeah. Absolutely insane.
There were some games that the defense had to be on the field for quite a while.
Quintero lets it go, and it is almost intercepted by Gowdy. Kevion Davis had a shot at it as well. And like you said, up for grabs, a jump ball. It's tough to tell when you're on the field in real time that another one of your players or one of your teammates is going up for it, but it falls incomplete, bringing up 3rd and 11.
Dangerous throw, but yeah, Gowdy and Davis are going to essentially break this up from each other, as the intended receiver, Strickland, was unable to really even get a hand in there. That was defense on defense. And had either one know the other one was there, that's when, you need the baseball, I got it, my ball.
Yep.
Otherwise, that would have been an easy interception. Still brings up a 3rd and long.
Here's Quintero. He's back to pass. SAGU brings 4. Let's go across the middle of the field. It's in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Brandon Strickland. And that brings up 4th down. And Wayland Baptist, again, here in the second half, will come out to punt with Andre Harmon.
Davis on the coverage again. Noah Gibson bringing the pressure up the middle. SAGU's defense clicking on every front. And they started the game off with 3 straight 3-and-outs. In this half so far, they've started interception on third down, 3 and out, and now another 3 and out.
Andre Harmon out to punt on 4th and 11. 6 minutes left to play here in the third quarter. It has been all SAGU since the second half has started. Drake Rodriguez with the rush. Runs into Harmon, but no flag. Moss brings in the fair catch. And SAGU will take over from their own 42-yard line.
And they have just had excellent field position all game long. I don't think they've started inside their 30, but maybe once the entire. Oh, they started their 7.
And they drove 93 yards.
Thanks to a series of penalties, started their own 7. Other than that, thanks to that stout defense not allowing a first down. Again, no first downs for Wayland Baptist in this half so far. They have been so strong, and that leads to great field position.
Barlow comes back out onto the field with a 47-12 lead. 1st and 10 from the 42. Barlow back to pass. It picked off. It's going to go for a touchdown unless Barlow can get there to the 20. 10, 5, touchdown. Wayland Baptist just like that. A pick 6 on the hands of Andrew Villa. Went up, brought it down, and had no one in front of him.
Yeah, it looks like Barlow was looking at Mike Mouton's direction and completely
sideline warning on the home team.
The sophomore linebacker.
Score is good.
I'm not sure if there was a flag after the play.
I think there was. And either way, Wayland Baptist unable to get anything going on offense, but on defense and special teams this half, they have a blocked extra point return for 2, and now a pick 6.
Has done all their scoring here in the second half.
So the only way that they can score at the moment is by getting their defense and special teams on the field. Lining up for the extra point here to try to trim into this substantial SAGU lead.
And it looks like Wayland Baptist is without their 11th player on the extra point team.
And first real mistake from Jordan Barlow on the day. He has been so good with that one. He telegraphed, I think, a little bit too much where that ball was going to go.
Extra point is up, and it is good. And Wayland Baptist now be down 47-19.
Score updates, and the upset alerts have not gone away. OPSU still up 7. Louisiana College up 7. And we said it pregame, we must have jinxed it. We were talking about, it's just an all chalk week, It's just that chalk.
You know what? I'm okay with that, though.
Commentator jinx.
I'm okay with it.
Absolutely. Again, we are a fan of chaos. Is that Louisiana College-Langston game has now just entered the 4th quarter. We will be keeping a weather eye on that one. Does look like Langston is driving out in Louisiana against the Wildcats inside the 15-yard line.
That's a tough trip. They go out to Ottawa last week, and then they go to Louisiana this week. That's a tough couple of road games in a row for Langston.
Yeah, there's an entire state in between those locations, and it's called Texas, and it's big. So that's
just a little bit.
that is the entire width of Texas between those two universities.
Off the pick 6, Wayland Baptist out to kick off, down 47-19. The kick will be a short one, fielded by the up man. Trying to make something happen here. Looks like it's Mike Mouton for the return. He is brought down just shy the 30-yard line.
Mike Mouton on the return.
So first real mistake of the day, not just from Barlow. The first drive of the Lions offensively that's not going to go deep into Pioneers territory. Only the second drive that won't result in points. But that's why you keep building the lead like that throughout the third quarter, to where a big game-changing play like a pick 6 doesn't quite feel nearly as consequential. Still ahead by 28 points right now. Barlow's going to want to come back out. He's got to put some stats up now to kind of, get that perfect quarterback rating back.
Quick dump off looking for Odidi, but he cannot find him. And Tim, quarterbacks hate throwing those interceptions. So when he comes back out here now on offense, you got to think he's going to want to make up for it.
Especially an interception. It's one thing if you go one-on-one, you throw it out there in the corner, the DB, whoever, just makes an excellent play on the ball and gets it. when you just misread and didn't see the linebacker, you're looking at your receiver, you're staring him down, and you just get that tunnel vision and just missed that the linebacker's underneath. That's the one you hate. You're like, oh, I gave that to you. You didn't have to earn it almost.
Absolutely. Here is Barlow. He's going to hand it off. Here is Busby. Busby's brought down for a gain of 2. That'll bring up 3rd and 8 here for SAGU's offense.
Pioneers' front line has stayed really strong against the rush. They've given up a couple of big runs. Really, Dudek has 45 yards on 2 runs, a 25-yard touchdown and a 120-yard run. Outside of that, he's only picked up around 25, 30 on the rest of his runs combined. And Busby has found a little bit of traction, but, only for 3 or 4 here and there. Front line has done a good job. Unfortunately, Barlow's just been picking him apart through the air.
Barlow back to pass. Lets it go down the sideline, looking for his man. Overthrows Paul O'Didi. That's going to bring up 4th down, and SAGU will be forced to punt.
We had talked about what it takes to overthrow Paul O'Didi, and that's what it is. Just well too much, even for a 6'5" frame. So the first real hiccups of the game from the SAGU offense, a pick 6, and now a 3 and out, which doesn't burn any time off the clock. 2 incomplete passes. So still holding a 28-point lead. It's, what you consider a safe lead. But if the Pioneers offense is able to put something together here, it won't feel nearly as safe here in a moment.
End over end punt here from Seth Green goes out of bounds. So off the side of the foot, it looks like. We'll see where they mark this. First punt of the afternoon for SAGU. And it's going to set up Wayland Baptist in pretty good field position here.
Ref's going to mark it out to the 35-yard line. So, yeah, decent field position. And if he had led that a bit better, that would have rolled some. Wayland stats, Nick Quintero, 190 yards, 75 or 77 of that on 1 play. Just above the 50% completion ratio.
Brennan Strickland, who did have that 73-yard touchdown. 2 catches, 82 yards with that score. Jacoby Hunt, of course, 1 catch, 38 yards. Not a really great offensive day for Wayland Baptist. Now you kind of see the numbers point to why.
Definitely hampered by the negative 20 rushing yards. That, of course, takes into account all the sacks that they have taken as well. Anytime you have a negative, though, that's just devastating.
Quintero, with a man draped all over him, throws an incomplete pass, kind of just threw it away. There was a host of Lions in the area, but fortunately for Wayland Baptist, it just kind of falls harmlessly to the turf.
Yeah, usually you want to try to aim for the sideline when you're throwing it away. Right there, though, he's just throwing it to the only dead spot of the field he sees. Because, yeah, there was nothing but gray jerseys in sight. Almost to the point that could have been intentional grounding, really, because you see that called in a very rare occasion where it's actually thrown to the middle of the field, but I did not see a Pioneer anywhere near the vicinity.
2nd and 10, here's Quintero back to pass. He's rolling out to his left, running for his life again. It looks like he's going to take off with it, lowers the shoulder, and he runs over a SAGU defender. It actually hypes up the Wayland Baptist bench. All that for a gain of, call 1 yard there on 2nd down.
Yeah, Quintero, he's had to roll to his left so many times in this game, and now he's going to tuck it. He's going to lean into Heron and throws a pretty strong shoulder into him. It's only giving you the gain of 1.5, but maybe that is just a little bit of a spark as you hear the Pioneers sideline hyped up for it. SAGU trying to get some changes in. They will get them, as Wayland made changes of their own, so they have to allow SAGU to make those changes.
3rd and 8. Quintero back to pass. He's got time now. He steps up, lets it go down the middle of the field. He's got Witten brought in. 1st down. Wow, what a catch there by Witten. Skylar Witten goes up over it looked like double coverage. He had his step on his defender, and it was underthrown just a little bit.
Isaac Gowdy is almost going to get back to this as he got beat. Was just unable to catch up with it, and the rainbow heave from Quintero is going to get the Pioneers down into the red zone, their second red zone trip of the game. As they have turned the tables here a little bit after the pick 6 and the 3 and out. They finally get a little bit of offensive momentum. Their first down of this half.
1st and 10 from the 18. Here's Quintero. He's looking to the corner of the end zone, looking for Witten. Incomplete. Lost his feet. Had a step on his man. but as he got turned around, lost his balance and fell down and could not bring that one in.
Another kind of arcing pass, and yeah, Kevion Davis was there. Not really any contact. And Witten wasn't asking for it, so he knows he just lost his balance on his own. 2nd and 10 at the 18-yard line.
Quintero.
Wayland needs a touchdown here.
Yes, they do.
Cut this lead back to 3.
Sends a man in motion. He's back to pass. Quick header to the outside, and he misses his man. There was immediate pressure brought by SAGU. He looked like he was targeting Jordan Madden on the outside.
And if he'd have gotten it to Madden's hands, he had 2 lead blockers in front of him and a gap to go through. So if it had not been for that pressure, and if that ball was delivered correctly, he might just split the middle and go to the end zone. 3rd and 10, not a situation that Wayland Baptist really wants to settle for a field goal. Like I said, that would keep it a 4-score game. You get a quick touchdown here, you still have a full quarter to play, and you're down 3 scores.
Here is Quintero on 3rd down. Facing pressure again, he steps up, avoids the pressure, looking for his man. Almost intercepted, threw it over everybody on that backside.
Trevion McNeil had a good read on it. Quintero having to step up, avoid the pressure. McNeil just a little bit too high. Quintero's got to be happy he didn't throw that one on the money more, or McNeil would have had the pick. And now facing 4th and 10, they debated a little bit, but they will bring the field goal unit on. It will be a 35-yard field goal. They'll set up at the 25-yard line. So 35-yard field goal. Play clock is going to run out on them. I don't know if it ever got reset.
It'll be a timeout for Wayland Baptist, so no delay of game penalty.
Timeout, Wayland.
They debated a little bit too long on what to do, whether to go for it or not. Keep on going back for the rapid-fire updates. Langston was able to complete that drive and score, so it's all knotted up in Louisiana. Meanwhile, Arizona Christian still down 7. And looks like Oklahoma Panhandle State has the ball. Up 7, approaching midfield, trying to make it a 2-possession game. This is like the equivalent of like March Madness right here. We got
a lot of scoreboard watching here.
Multiple games going on, watching scores. Texas Wesleyan has stretched their lead to a commanding 46 points. That was a little bit tighter early on, but Texas Wesleyan's been so impressive all season long. A loss by Arizona Christian would help Texas Wesleyan in their overall standing in the
absolutely.
Conference.
Yep.
So here comes the 35-yard field goal.
Jeffrey Lucido on to kick. SAGU looks like they're bringing pressure. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up. It's a low line drive, and it is good. So that'll make it 47-22. 25-point lead now for SAGU. The score, it does remain a 4-score game. SAGU with the 25-point lead. This is an odd score here, Tim. It could be looking a little scoregami. I know you're a big fan of that.
Huge fan of scoregami. I can't say I've got my NAIA scoregami chart on me at the moment. But yeah, not a very crooked score, as they would call it, at the moment, thanks to some really all thanks to that one blocked extra point.
Would have been a 48-20 ball game, absolutely.
That'd be much more traditional. So SAGU's defense does what they have to do after the big play. They hold up strong, 3 straight incomplete passes. And like I said, keep it a 4-possession game. But at least for the moment, the Pioneers have found some footing. It might have come a little bit too late to really stop the bleeding for what has happened really in that quarter span we talked about, that the time frame of a quarter where SAGU put up 30 points. But Wayland has put up 12 points in this quarter in very interesting manners. 9 of them on defense and special teams.
Lucido on to kick here for the Pioneers. And he will indeed kick it deep. Zachariah Johnson lets it roll.
Oh.
That is so risky, but he lets it roll out of bounds. Smart play, heads up play there by Johnson.
He was definitely definitely putting all of his chips on that ball rolling out of bounds. If that had happened to land wrong and square up at the 3, I think you could tell it probably had the momentum to do it. Yeah, you could tell it had the
kick out of
from
bounds.
that angle. It was definitely
Kicking
much
tee,
clearer
ball
it was gonna
placed at
go
the
out.
35-yard line. First down.
So 35-yard line. The referee pointed the wrong way, but it will be SAGU's ball at the 35. Get this. This is their 6th possession of the quarter. It has been a very weird quarter with some quick scores early on, then a pick 6 and a 3 and out. Maybe look for them now to go back to the ground.
Barlow does come out.
Clock.
He does come out here with Dudek in the backfield. First and 10 from the 35 here for SAGU. Barlow sends Blaine Rowe in motion. Takes a snap. He's going to hand it off to Dudek. Dudek looking for any running room. And he's going to pick up 2 there on first down. Wayland Baptist has done a good job today of shutting down Keaton Dudek outside 2 other carries that went for long yardage. They've done a good job.
Yeah, now you see why they have only allowed 1 100-yard rusher on the season. They have got a strong front. They may not be able to get much pressure to the quarterback, but they stand their ground very well. And again, they have. If SAGU if they get the running game going, there would just be absolutely no way to stop them with the way Barlow's been playing. But they have made some big stands at that front.
Barlow sends Blaine Rowe in motion. He fakes a handoff. He passes it, throws it out to Colby Tanner. Tanner cannot bring it in. That'll fall incomplete and make it 3rd down.
So 3rd straight drive now that SAGU has come out, and after, let me count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drives to start the game where they scored on 8 of them, and the only drive they didn't score ended at the opponent 15-yard line. They are now on their 3rd drive of kind of looking mortal, quite mortal, with a pick 6, a 3 and out, and facing a 3rd and long here.
3rd and 8 from the 37-yard line. Barlow gets the play in. He's got 3 seconds to get the snap off. And he does get it off. Here is Barlow throwing off his back foot down the middle of the field, looking for Blaine Rowe. Over his head, incomplete. So SAGU will come out and go 3 and out again and be forced to punt as Seth Green and the punting unit take the field.
And credit to the Pioneers getting that pressure on Barlow, forcing the pass a little bit too early, and not having a clear man open. Blaine Rowe was very well covered. Keyshawn Anderson underneath was also had a guy over the top of him, would have made it very tough to complete. The Pioneers defense has shown up on these last 3 drives. Low snap.
Low snap. Green goes down to get it. A spiraling punt is going to land at the 25 and bounce, and it's actually going to be returned here by Witten. Gutsy call there. He's going up the sideline, down past the 40. Can he make Rodriguez miss? He does. There's another host of Lions there to bring him down. But a great return there by Witten, who takes it off the bounce and decides to try to return it on his own. Skylar Witten gets it up to the 44-yard line. Wayland Baptist, Tim, this is still a 4-score game, but Wayland Baptist, they've got a lot of momentum going their way right now.
A lot of momentum, and they got the guts to do it. I caught everybody off guard. SAGU had kind of let up and was kind of waiting for the ball to roll. It's such a risky move to try to grab that around so many guys. But Witten, catches everybody off guard, spins through a couple of guys, and hands his quarterback good field position. They're still down by a lot, but there's 17 minutes left in this game.
Quintero back to pass. He lets it go down the sideline. Incomplete, falls out of bounds. Was looking for Strickland on that backside.
Going deep again. Facing that pressure from behind. It's just hard for Quintero to ever find a clean pocket. Has the one-on-one coverage and tries it. He's completed a couple of deep ones, as the Pioneers also have been unable to find any traction on the ground.
2nd and 10 here for Wayland Baptist from the 44-yard line. Quintero fakes the handoff. He swings it out quickly, and a quick tackle made there on the outside. A flag comes in late, and they're going to get roughing the passer on Noah Gibson, who came off the edge and blew up Nick Quintero.
Yeah,
personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 55.
The issue is
15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That's fine, but he continues driving afterwards and takes the quarterback to the ground. So what was about to be a 3rd and about 12 instead will be a fresh set of downs for Wayland Baptist. SAGU's had a number of 15-yard penalties on them this game. It hasn't really factored in because the offense has been so impressive and the defense has really stood their ground. But the ball now in their territory.
New set of downs here for Wayland Baptist. Here's Quintero. Back to pass. He pumps, he steps up. Belcher in pursuit. He's going to take off. He's going to pick up some yardage there as he's driven out of bounds.
Yeah, makes it into a gain of 5. They're going to give him the ball at the 36-yard line. So with nothing doing down the field, steps up into the pocket, and it feels like Quintero's kind of settling into this. Early on in this half, he was taking these sacks, trying to find guys down the field. Now he just knows the ball hits his hand, start moving. Don't plant your feet, start moving, roll out, see if there's a gap to run up the middle.
2nd and 5, good pickup there for Quintero on first down using his legs. Bobbles the snap. He's going to hand it off to Miles. Miles has enough for the first down. The ball's loose, and it's picked up by SAGU. They've got the ball in the open field. He's going to get brought down from behind, but a good job to punch that ball out. A flag comes in late. And then on the recovery was Zach Nelson. Just picked it out of the air.
We'll see try to see who forces it here. It's going to get forced by Kevion Davis. Lowered his shoulder, just pops in the air, and that is a gift as he runs underneath it.
And there was a flag on the play. I'm not sure where it came. It came in at the end of the play. I'm not sure. We haven't gotten a call yet here by the official.
It looks like Damaris Heron might have gotten shoved at the very end of the play.
Heron is pleading his case here. I wonder if they're going to go against Heron here.
Coach Smith is out on the field, too. He does not seem happy about the
It's been that kind of game, Tim. It really has. It's been chippy, and there's been a lot of shoving after plays, and our officials have thrown a lot of flags today.
After the interception, illegal block in the back. Number 7 on the intercepting team. It's a 10-yard penalty. First down.
Okay, so it's just going to be a standard block in the back type penalty. Nothing. So the flag might have come out. And the turnover chain.
There we go. You love it. I see those pictures all the time on Twitter from the SAGU football page. There you see a first-hand look at it. Zach Nelson having the ball pop up right to him, right in his hands.
And that was
the turnover.
That was Kevion Davis, who was down after the play, but he's able to hop up and leave under his own power. And that is a big moment. Obviously, game wasn't exactly close yet, but with Wayland driving there, to force that turnover.
A score and a 2-point conversion there makes it 47-30, and things get really interesting. Barlow back to pass, throws off his back foot, looking for Dudek, in and out of the hands of Keaton Dudek, and if he had brought that in, that is a touchdown. A flag on the play as Barlow is hit hard on the release.
Yeah, that might be roughing the passer more for going at the
personal foul,
legs.
roughing the passer with a low hit.
Yep, low hit.
Defense number 20. It's a 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Or high. So you can't hit them high, you can't hit them low, you can't hit them late. You pretty much hit them when they have the ball in their hands. You won't really see it there, but the guy did come in and roll Barlow up, so that'd be 15 yards.
If Dudek comes in with that pass, that is a long pitch and catch for a touchdown. There was no one between him and the end zone. But at the end of the day, it's a 15-yard roughing the passing penalty, so SAGU will have first down at the 39-yard line. Barlow comes out 5 wide. Currently leading 47-22 over the Pioneers. Barlow gets him to jump off sides. He goes back to pass, got a free play. He's going to let it go, looking for Odidi. Odidi brings it in, out of bounds. Could not get that foot in. Correction, that time on the target was Keshawn Anderson. Could not quite bring that foot down. But that's a free 5 yards there for SAGU. It'll be 1st and 5.
Anytime you can throw 2 incompletions to still pick up 20 yards. As you will see here, the right foot, even the left, didn't get either foot in, but the right foot landed out of bounds first. Nice pass, though, to put it right on the money to give Anderson a chance to get it. And again, that's the beauty of a free play. You get those shots down the field.
Barlow on 1st and 5 comes back out in the empty set. He is back to pass. Throws off his back foot again across the middle. He's got his man in space. Zachary Johnson picks up the first down. Brought down from behind by Stefano Sanchez for the Pioneers. But that'll move the sticks for the Lions.
That's the Lions' first down gained naturally, not through penalties, since the last touchdown drive after they went pick six, 3 and out. In a quarter, that this is their 7th possession of the quarter. It's been an extremely long quarter with some quick scores, a lot of changes back and forth. As they'll try to get one more play. They will have to get one more play off in this quarter.
Quick hitter to the outside. He finds Odidi. Odidi ducks his head forward, has enough. He's going to make it second and short, make it 2nd and 1 here. I thought maybe he fell forward for the first down, but SAGU looks like they will come back out here in the 4th quarter turn with a 2nd and short situation, up 47-22 as we have a look in to the Sooner Athletic Conference scoreboard. Oklahoma Panhandle, the Aggies up 2 scores on Arizona Christian. And the final, Louisiana College upsets Langston 31-14. And there you see the players celebrating for Louisiana College, their biggest victory to this point being in the Sooner Athletic Conference. There you say the biggest victory in their program's history with the upset against Langston.
So, yeah, it looks like they must have just made a defensive stand. The offense is coming out, 20 seconds left. Needing to kneel down. The crowd. Nice crowd out there in Louisiana.
There it is, chaos. The victory formation. How sweet it is. Chaos. Louisiana College is going to upset Langston. That is insane. You said they had a 95% shot at the Sooner Athletic Conference. What do you put that number at now, Tim? It drops significantly at this point.
I mean, I would still favor them against Arizona Christian and SAGU in both those games. But they got to win both now.
Yes,
no
they
exceptions.
Do. Yep.
So I'd say it drops to 60% or so. I mean, again, I'm using very advanced mathematics here called making up whatever number popped in my head.
Oh, so you're not going to show us your work.
I mean, I'll write out some numbers, but I'll make those up too. I'll make the work up. Oh, you love it. You love chaos on a Saturday.
2nd and 1 here for the Lions. Barlow turns around and hands it off to Dudek. Dudek has enough for the first down. He cuts it back. Looking to get some more. He needed 1, and he got about 5, maybe 6 on that carry. Brings it down to the 30.
And now's the time where you can just go to the ground. Let Dudek run the rest of this game out. Feels like after you got that last turnover was surviving the brief scare that had emerged with a little bit of offensive lull. And the Pioneers putting up 10 points unanswered. But it seems at the moment, again, you have survived that. So let that clock run. Let the 4th quarter clock be your friend for the rest of this game. And they will. They'll let the entire play clock run down.
Barlow just gets rid of it. Incomplete pass. That'll stop the clock. He was looking for somebody to go upfield. There's a little bit of miscommunication. That'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, nobody there, and pretty much blanketed was Anderson. Even if he caught it, it's going to get maybe brought down for a loss. SAGU waiting for the play to come in.
2nd and 10 here for the Lions from the 30-yard line, driving here on the Pioneers defense. Barlow comes out 4 wide, pistol formation with Dudek behind him in the backfield. Barlow will turn around and fake the handoff and get rid of it. He's got a man downfield, Mike Mouton. Mouton couldn't quite locate it. May have had himself a touchdown if he was able to get that head back. That's a tough catch as a receiver, though.
Yeah, that's a Willie Mays going into center field catch to make.
3rd down.
Barlow put it where he needed to, but really no way for Mouton to adjust to get back to it. So bring up 3rd and 10 from the 30-yard line. Back-to-back incompletions. Yeah, after Barlow had been so hot, it seems like they kind of lost a step here these last 3 or 4 drives. The connections just aren't there at the moment. 5 wide, no setbacks.
Yep, absolutely. Here's Barlow, nobody in the backfield. He is back to pass. Steps up, lets it go deep, has a man wide open, walks into the end zone. Zachary Johnson with his 3rd touchdown of the afternoon, 3rd touchdown of the second half for Zachary Johnson.
And I'm not sure whose fault that was, but there is no excuse for Zachary Johnson to be that wide open. I mean, not a yellow shirt in sight as SAGU will break the 50 barrier less than a minute into the 4th quarter. Yeah, the 3rd connection.
6 touchdowns on the day for Jordan Barlow to 4 different receivers. Zachary Johnson with 3. Zachariah Johnson has 1. Paul Odidi with 1. And then, of course, Keaton Dudick also has a touchdown reception on the afternoon.
So mentally updating those numbers, yeah, 389 and 6 touchdowns now for Barlow. Actually, I guess that's over 400 now. Over 400 yards passing and 6 touchdowns. What a day for Jordan Barlow in his final home game of the season.
We were doing a little talking pregame, Tim. Do you remember the last quarterback to have 6 touchdowns for SAGU?
Oh, I'd have to imagine it was CJ, right?
Romeo Balboa.
Oh,
he had 4 passing, 2 rushing touchdowns in a fill-in game.
He had a complete game.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he had 6 in a complete game.
Not 6 passing, but he had 6 total. 6 total touchdowns did Balboa.
CJ was probably the last. I'm sure he had a 6 touchdown game at one point.
I have to look at it. I'm not sure. It's been a while.
There was a homecoming game. I believe it was against Texas Wesleyan. I think the final score was 63-55. So I'm pretty sure there were probably 6 touchdowns.
So here comes Kieran Woodley on to kick here for SAGU, up 54-22. There you see the scoreboards here across the Sooner Athletic Conference. That Texas Wesleyan game is all but over, 59-6. Keeping a close eye on that Aggies and Firestorm game, 35-28 in the 4th quarter. And it looks like the Aggies have the ball and are driving. A short kick here, it lands. That's dangerous, but it's picked up by Witten. Witten trying to make something happen here. He's down past the 30. Makes a man miss. He's down past the 40. So after the first half where we saw Wayland Baptist with a very poor kick return game, here in the second half they've turned it up a little bit and they've gotten pretty good field position for their offense.
It's been Witten both on the last 2. I picked him as one of my players to watch in pregame because he leads the team in receiving yards, but he's made his presence really known in the kick return game, both on punts and kickoffs right there. So they'll take back over. Back down by 32 points now. After they were driving the last time, had a kind of a fluke fumble pop into the air to derail that drive and more than likely derail much of a chance of them crawling back into even an idea of a rally. It's kind of gotten out of hand for the Pioneers at this point.
Quintero, a flag comes in. A false start's going to go against the Pioneers.
That can really start to happen when you've been facing that.
Delay of game using disconcerting signals. Defense number 50.
The official on the far side.
5-yard penalty remains. First down.
Delay of game on the SAGU defense.
I am not sure what.
You can get a delay of game by not substituting quick enough or by making, of course, if you make any contact with the ball, that's offsides. So it was hard to tell exactly what the infraction was there to justify the defensive delay of game.
Either way, it's going to be 1st and 5 here for the Pioneers as they are close to midfield. From the 48, Quintero, he's back to pass. Lets it go quickly to the sideline, almost intercepted. It looks like it hit the ground, and it did indeed hit the ground. Isaac Gowdy almost coming up with his 2nd interception on the afternoon.
Yeah, see the replay here.
So close.
Yeah, you see that bounce. That's
bounced in there.
Not the trajectory of a ball bouncing off of a hand. That's hitting the turf.
So close to his 2nd pick of the day. 2nd and 5 now here for the Pioneers. Quintero sends a man in motion. He's got 2 to his right, 1 to his left. And then a flinch on that offensive line.
False start.
Is going to bring it back
Offense
to
number
2nd and 10.
64, 5-yard penalty.
So that delay
Nice
of
second
game by
down.
SAGU, all for naught, as they are now backed up to the original line of scrimmage. Second and 10 here for Quintero and this Pioneers offense. Najee Gadsden in the backfield. Quintero takes the snap. He's back to pass, facing pressure. He lets go of it down the sideline. Gadsden can't bring it in. He had him wide open. And that's a tough ask for a running back coming out of the backfield to try to make that catch. That was he was wide open and was going to be running for quite a while if he could bring that in.
They've been really good on those plays of them coming out of the backfield. That one they couldn't make the connection.
3rd and 10 here for the Pioneers. Quintero with 2 to his right, 1 to his left, man in the backfield. 3rd and long has not been their friend this afternoon. Quintero, deep drop. He steps up. He's facing pressure. He is brought down from behind. Another sack for the SAGU defense, that time by number 46, Joseph Chavez, getting involved.
So earlier in the game, it was everybody take a turn catching a touchdown pass. Now it's everybody take a turn going to get a sack.
That brings up 4th down, and they will come on to punt, as Andre Harmon has been a busy man back there today for the Pioneers.
It has just been a feeding frenzy throughout most of the day, continually bringing pressure. Quintero has not had a moment to himself in that backfield.
Fourth and 15 and a whistle.
Looks like it's going to be a delay of game. The play clock had hit
Delay of
zero
game.
and had stayed
The offense's
there
5-yard
for
penalty
more
remains.
than a couple of beats.
4th down.
So 5 more yards back. So a 1st and 5 turns into 4th and 20.
More traditional delay of game there. Not on the defense. 4th and 20 here from the 33. Here is Harmon back to punt. They have a man in motion. Can't imagine we're going to see a fake here, and he will indeed kick it away. End-over-end punt, fair catch called for and brought in by Jalen Moss, and SAGU will take over from the 32-yard line. We'll see if they trot Jordan Barlow back out here. It looks like Dylan Frediloso will be the quarterback the rest of the way, barring anything crazy happening.
Number 7 will step into the game. Now, interestingly, let me see if I can see him out there. I see Keaton Dudek on the sideline as well, which makes sense. You're up 32 points. You don't want your starting running back out there.
It's our last broadcast, but they still got 2 games after this. You want to keep your guys healthy.
But that's going to mean Dudek is going to be held under 100 yards today. Unless they bring him back out for any reason, he will be held under 100 yards today. But a lot bigger things on the mind for sure. Keeping him healthy with 2 games left.
Absolutely. Here's Frediloso. He's going to keep it himself. And I'm not sure either one of those was going to work. If he gave it to Busby or kept it himself, it looked like it was going to be a loss. It's going to end up being a loss of 1.
Especially now that in the grand scheme of things, I don't think anybody's radioed down. I don't think Coach Smith even cares what's going on in the Lexington game. Not to the extent that we care, because we just love chaos.
Absolutely.
But that game between SAGU and Langston will have huge implications now, guaranteed to have huge implications in the conference.
2nd and 11. SAGU could play spoiler that last week of the season up in Oklahoma. Frediloso hands it off to Busby. Busby cuts it back upfield. He's got room here. He's got the first down. Now past the 50. Cuts it to the outside. Keeps his feet. He's to the 30. Lowers the shoulder. Gets brought down right at that 20-yard line. Going to mark him down at the 21. A huge run there by Kevin Busby.
And he almost kind of ran into a pile of guys. Just keeps the Jets on the whole way. Almost loses balance at around the 35-yard line. Switches hands and gets down, I guess it's the 45-yard line, and gets down to the 21. Biggest run of the day for the Lions.
First and 10. The Lions will set up at the 21-yard line after the big run by Busby. Fredolosa's going to pass it. It is intercepted. Going the other way. Here's Wayland Baptist. He's got blockers in front of him. Splits the defenders, but he's brought down off the hands of his intended receiver. That time it was Colby Tanner, and it was intercepted by Stefano Sanchez.
Was thrown just a little bit too high. Tanner trying to go up and corral it in. Just too high for him to really make a play on. And tips it up. Second turnover of the game for the Lions. This one at the 21-yard line. Gives the ball back to Quintero and the Pioneers with 11-10 left in the ball game.
Here is Quintero. He's back to pass, fakes the handoff. He lets it go deep, looking to dial up a long ball, looking for his man Strickland. Incomplete, threw it into double coverage. There's nothing doing there for Quintero to Strickland.
Yeah. Just at this point, you're just heaving it deep, hoping that something happens. And the Lions know it. They are dropping everybody back. Not a chance for that to find the intended receiver.
Second and 10 here for Quintero in this Pioneers offense. Two to the right, one to the left. He's going to fake actually going to hand it off this time. Short run there on second down. That one to Jacoby Hunt on the carry. Makes it 3rd and 7.
Just still no room to run. The Pioneers have been unable to establish any sort of rushing attack. And when you mix that in with all the sacks, they are still well in the negatives on total rushing today. And with that, if nothing changes, it'll probably stay that way for the final box score.
Quintero back to pass. Facing pressure again, rolling out to his left. He's going to take off and run with it. Lowers the shoulder. I don't know if he's got enough. They are going to mark him just past that first down marker. So the chains will move here for the Pioneers as Nick Quintero picks it up on his own with his feet.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of this from Quintero, honestly. He's been flush out of the pocket so often. He's shown the ability to run, and he's shown no fear. He's been lowering shoulders, diving forwards. I'm surprised we haven't seen more either designed runs or a quicker fuse of, hey, the moment you feel pressure, just try to make something happen.
1st and 10. The Lions bring a blitz. He pumps. Now falling backwards. Finds his man over on the sideline. That's Witten. Witten cuts it upfield, splits the defenders. Wow. Just has enough to make it 2nd and short here. He's going to make it 2nd and 2.
This play looked in trouble. Quintero almost loses his balance going backwards, barely regains it. And then Witten at the very edge. Looked like he might just give himself up to go out of bounds. But he's shown some shiftiness on that punt return. You know, picking that up in coverage.
2nd and 2. Quintero will hand it off. Here's Miles. Miles has enough for the first down. That will move the sticks again here for the Pioneers.
I'll get into SAGU territory. Kind of a slow developing play, but it allowed the blockers to get their job done before Damaris Heron and a group of others were able to wrap him up at the 46.
1st and 10 here for Quintero and the Pioneers offense. Miles or Gatson in the backfield. Quintero is going to let it go deep, looking to dial up that long ball, looking for Strickland. Incomplete, batted away. Good coverage downfield by this SAGU defensive secondary.
Jay Mosley, pressure again on Quintero, barely getting it up, and Mosley's going to come in, make a bit of early contact, and the ball's going to bounce off.
I think that probably could have warranted a flag downfield.
It's definitely easier to call when you have the frame-by-frame slow motion replay.
Absolutely.
From my vantage point, it seemed pretty instantaneous up here, but he definitely got there a little bit early and gets away with it.
2nd and 10 now here for the Pioneers offense. Here's Quintero back to pass. Lets it go across the middle. Has his man, Mouton, who gets spun around and thrown forward for the first down.
Just some crisp connections on this drive, though, as Quintero's been finding some men underneath. Most of their success has had to come going down the field, but they've been doing some nice advancing on this drive.
First and 10 here for Quintero. He's going to take the snap and hand it off. Here's Gatson. He's going to bounce it to the outside. Najee Gatson down past the 20, throws a stiff arm, driven out of bounds. Just shy of that 10-yard line, Najee Gatson.
24-yard run, and I was just saying, if nothing big changes, assuming they would stay in the air on this drive, they would probably stay in the negatives. I think that might finally push them into the positives for rushing. So that might be at least one major negative that they can avoid today.
Here's Quintero. He's going to hand it off to Gatson. Gatson tries to cut it upfield. Nothing doing there. Gain of 0. They're going to get him down for no loss, or no gain, rather, on that play. Make it 2nd and goal from the 10.
Najee Gatson on the run.
SAGU does a really good job, and you see that pressure coming from the corners. Anytime you get those guys around the edges, if you cannot get through the initial line, you're wrapped up. There's nowhere for you to go. And that's what having these great, quick edge rushers does for you as a defense.
2nd and goal. Here's Quintero, back to pass. Let's go across the middle, looking for Witten. Witten brings it in for the touchdown. Wayland Baptist chipping away here late in this one, late in the 4th quarter. Nick Quintero finds Skylar Witten for the touchdown, and pending the extra point, we'll make this a 54-29 ball game.
And a well-deserved touchdown for Witten. He's
been a busy man.
He's been a busy on kick returns, punt returns. Had a deep ball on this drive that he couldn't quite bring in. Finds himself a touchdown in the middle of the end zone, and it's right at the halfway mark of the 4th quarter. The Wayland Baptist offense will score their first touchdown since the beginning of the 2nd quarter. They were held scoreless throughout the 3rd. Oh, we have a trivia question here.
Whoa,
oh my goodness. In
okay.
2018 versus Texas Wesleyan, SAGU quarterback C.J. Collins, that was the stat line we were talking about, 6 touchdowns. Who was SAGU's leading rusher in that game? Okay.
They had the tandem running back core of Bickham and Lowry, but I think that was it might have been, I'm going to go Ricky Bickham as the leading rusher in that game.
Ooh.
2018 may be just after he left, or after he graduated and left.
Is this a trick question? Is it a trick question?
What's your trick?
That it might have been CJ.
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know if CJ was the leading rusher in any game.
He would scramble on occasion.
I am going Ricky Bickham. I think that was his senior season.
Let's see. We got. Let's get some guesses in the chat. Give us some guesses
of some diehard SAGU fans. Let's see if we can get some guesses.
Yeah,
we'll come back to you with the answer.
For a while.
So that 6 touchdown, so I was actually wrong. That 6 touchdown performance from Collins came after the Romeo Balboa performance. Interesting. We probably called that game, if I remember correctly. So now surprise onside kick. The ball it looks like it was recovered by SAGU. It looked like for a second it may have come out there, but SAGU's going to take over possession from the 50-yard line. That's 2 weeks in a row we've seen a surprise onside kick.
And the 3rd time this year.
Yeah.
And SAGU has recovered all 3 of them. Good job of hanging on to that one, as we'll see who got their hands on it on this replay. Wasn't a surprise for our camera operator. They saw it coming.
Oh, absolutely not.
And hanging on to it is Keyshawn Anderson as he was blasted. Good job of hanging on to that ball and preventing the free possession for the Pioneers. So SAGU will take over inside Wayland Baptist territory. Nick Fredeloso out for his 2nd drive. I'm sorry, Dylan Fredeloso out for the 2nd drive.
After the interception leads to a touchdown. For the Pioneers, a flag comes in here.
False start
on the line.
Offense number 87, 5-yard penalty remains. First down.
In their own territory.
Be 1st and 15 here for SAGU's offense. The Lions set themselves back after the false start penalty. From the 47-yard line, Kevin Busby stays into the game here for the Lions at running back, and as you mentioned, Fredeloso in at quarterback. Takes a snap. He will hand it off. Busby is hit immediately in the backfield by a host of Pioneer defenders.
Chris Escalante, who was leading the charge, absolutely nowhere for Busby to go. If he had escaped the first one, there were 3 more to his right. Manny Arquijo was coming in on his left. And yeah, I mean, Busby had the really big run on the last drive. And Dudek had a couple of 20-plus yard carries. But other than that, the Pioneers' rushing defense has been solid.
Loss of 5 makes it 2nd and 20 here for the Lions. Fredeloso, speed option here. He's going to keep it himself. He tucks it, lowers the shoulder. He's going to pick up 5, maybe 6 on that carry. Make it 3rd and still quite long here for the Lions offense. Be about 3rd and 14. 3rd and 15, they are going to call it a gain of 5.
Fredeloso, he had made his mind up on that option from the very beginning. Never even glanced to his right. He saw he had a bit of a gap, decided to take it. It will be 3rd and long. SAGU probably content to just keep it on the ground. They will actually still go, no running backs here. So
empty backfield here for Fredeloso. We'll see if they decide to air it out here on 3rd down and 15.
Give the backup a chance to make a big conversion.
Fredeloso back to pass. He's going to go deep with it. He's got a man down the field. Brought in, out of bounds. That's going to be enough for the 1st down. Tyson Nanette takes the ball from Fredeloso, but a flag on the play.
And Fredeloso.
The body language from Fredeloso.
I'm saying probably an illegal formation. The most painful killer of big plays.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Number 87 was covered up. Went downfield. That's 5-yard penalty.
It was very quick. I don't know how you got down the field that quickly. As, that was not a long developing
Remains
play.
3rd down.
Usually if it goes 2 or 3 seconds, maybe 3 or 4, you see a guy drift downfield too much. That happened pretty bang.
Wipes out the 1st down pitch and catch from Fredeloso to Tyson Nanette.
And I think SAGU might be pleading their case that whoever was downfield was eligible.
It'll be 3rd and 20 as it stands right now. There is a conversation happening here. There you see the SAGU backup quarterback, Dylan Fredeloso. They are pleading their case here.
The foul was on number 13 for an ineligible receiver downfield.
Nope.
He didn't tell us anything. So it will be 3rd and 20. So the 5-yard penalty backs them up to where they were before that Fredeloso 2nd down run. Empty backfield here for Fredeloso. He will let the play clock run down as much as it possibly can as we approach 5.5 left to play in this one. Fredeloso takes a snap. He's facing immediate pressure. He rolls out to his left. He's going to tuck it and run. He's got some good wheels, throws a stiff arm, and he's just going to duck out of bounds. And that makes it 4th down and about 12 as they will march on the punting unit here for the Lions and Seth Green.
There's really nowhere to go. Breaking through the line immediately was Gabriel Tito. Forced Fredeloso out to his left. Just makes the decision to keep the game on the ground, keep the clock moving. And, give your punter plenty of room to work with now. Try to pin the Pioneers deep. SAGU still leads by 25 points. Putting a button on what has definitely been the most complete performance we have seen at home this year. 2 weeks ago against Oklahoma Panhandle State was probably the most complete game up until that point. But this one here today, they opened up a 10-0 lead, then 17-3. After it got to 17-10, it was all SAGU from then on out. So I think we're ready for our answer.
I'm ready for this.
Had any guesses in the chat?
It doesn't look like any that have come through.
Okay, here we go.
Do we have an answer? Michael
Bledsoe.
You know what? They did get us. I had a feeling that was just after the Ricky Bickham era, and Michael Bledsoe did put up a couple of good games in his time here at SAGU. 12 carries for 78 yards in that shootout against Texas Wesleyan.
That was I remember
65 passes for Collins
in that one. I remember that game for sure. That was an all-time classic. And you can find it and other great broadcasts on the SAGU Sports Network YouTube channel.
Spoken like a true professional. Look at that. What a segue that was, Tim. I love that.
And subscribe.
New quarterback into the game here for the Pioneers is Brooke Quinones. Hands it off to Jacoby Hunt on his first snap. So it looks like we've seen the end of Nick Quintero today.
Not the easiest day for Quintero. One, he was on the run, made a couple of nice throws here and there. But again, there's not a whole lot anybody can do when they are facing that much pressure throughout the game. Flag comes in here in the backfield, and it looks like it's in the area of holding.
Blatant hold there on the edge. That'll move the Pioneers back 10.
I want to say that's the first
offense, number 60.
penalty you've had on either
10-yard penalty remains.
Not a lot,
Second
no
down.
holding
We've
calls.
had a lot of unsportsmanlike, some late hits, plenty of procedural penalties with false starts and delays of games and offsides, but no holding, like the most common penalty in football.
Right.
We haven't had any of those today. We needed bingo, though. Looking back over my drive chart today, we've had a little bit of everything. We've had long passes, interceptions,
blocked extra points.
Blocked extra points, not just blocked, but returned for that that super rare 2-point play for the defending special teams team.
Quinones takes off, rolling to his right, pointing downfield, directing traffic, trying to go back across the middle, across his body, falls incomplete. That'll make it 3rd and 14.
So yeah, for a game that, I mean, anytime you have a game where you're looking at, I'm doing math in my head real fast here, 83 combined points, you're going to have a lot of things happen, and it's definitely happened that way. But yeah, SAGU at one point in this game was 17-10. It felt very tight. And then SAGU went on a 30-2 run in that really about a 15-minute span to stretch it from 17-10 to 47-12. And it was all but over but the window dressing then. Ever since then, the Pioneers have been able to tack on 17 points of their own. SAGU's managed a single touchdown since then, but it's been, like I said, just shaking out the scoreboard as SAGU is now going to get their second consecutive winning season. Last year, it took 6 months of games, canceled games, postponed games to get to officially a winning season. But they're about to notch their 6th win here today, guaranteeing at the very least a winning season with a game on the road next week in Tyler.
Timeout by Wayland Baptist. The 3rd down play, a completed pass from Quinones to Strickland brings up 4th and 6. Not enough to get the first down, so it looks like Wayland Baptist will bring out the punting unit.
Meanwhile, scoreboard update. Arizona Christian has rallied.
Flip the script here.
Almost got to go back and check that one out to see how that happened. That's impressive. It was 35-28, and the Aggies had the ball. So a quick rally from Arizona Christian. Very impressive. And, of course, right there, game number 3 in all orange, 2 different shades of it, is the one they'll be talking about over on NAIA ball, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Corey and the crew trying to break down who's going to make the playoffs. Of course, the real danger is, we were talking pregame, is there a chance that the Sooner can get 2 teams into the playoffs? Thanks to that loss to Langston, there's a chance you get no teams into the playoffs.
At this point, yeah.
It's that feeding frenzy you can get sometimes. Everybody kind of, knocks each other down a peg as a shanked punt will give SAGU great field position. And so, because Langston will drop out of the top 16.
Absolutely, yep.
So there's a chance that they will drop behind Ottawa, Arizona, but they're still the ones in line to win the conference. So we have seen this before. I can't remember that Michael Bledsoe was the leading rusher, so I definitely don't remember the year for this. But Langston won the conference, but won it ranked 22 or 23, and therefore was outside that necessary top 20, and the Sooner sent no teams to the playoffs. So it can be very interesting. Langston absolutely has to win the next 2 games and stay inside the top 20, or, it could be a shutout in the Sooner.
Yeah, very interesting here as the year comes to a close. First down carry there for Kevin Busby, and he gets 7 yards, 8 yards on the first down carry. Make it 2nd and 7, 2nd and 2.
And of course, unfortunately, we won't be able to broadcast those games, which makes it all the more important that you follow us right there on your top right on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube to keep track of it. And you be sure and give our friends over at NAIA F-Ball a follow as well. It's like following college football game day on a Saturday. They're giving you all the updates for NAIA football. So, yeah, be sure and follow us, though, as we'll keep you up to date.
Busby on second down takes a big hit but keeps his feet, lowers the shoulder and falls forward, gets brought down at the 11-yard line. Kevin Busby showing some hard-nosed running here in the fourth quarter.
Love to see it. You love to see it, those backups taking advantage of their possibilities. We've seen Busby this year as well, though. Even in the middle of competitive games, he's had some big touches. He was running earlier in this game as well, so he's a very good second running back for you. Also, be sure and follow social media as basketball season has begun.
Yep,
and the
absolutely.
number 3 ranked team in the nation, the men's basketball team, started off with a win on Thursday at the annual Texas Snowstorm. And women's basketball as well opened with 2 wins. So undefeated over at the Schaefer Center right now for both basketball teams.
It's gonna be a really fun season.
I mean, anytime you start a year off and you just say from the start, there's only one goal, and it's making it to Kansas City and winning a national championship. I mean, the Lions under head coach Delton Deal, they know exactly what it is, and man, have they got some players over there.
I'm not sure if you watch it as Busby gets a carry here, spins and almost keeps his feet. He gets brought down at the 5.5 yard line. I don't know if you watched the Midnight Madness dunk contest highlights.
I didn't see that. I got to check that
were
out.
uploaded on Twitter from various players. Tim, this team, they've got some jumpers, man. they have got some crazy athletes. And in recent memory, I believe that 3 is the highest they've ever been ranked heading into a season. That's not 3 in the NCCAA. That's 3 in the entire country as far as the NAIA is concerned. And you're right. The one goal that they have this season is getting to Kansas City.
And
some of the pundits that we've heard talk and we've got permission as Busby is getting brought down by a host of Lions. Our director, John Cookman, says SAGU will go undefeated this season. The men's basketball team will go undefeated, which is...
Love to see it.
It's not football. It's not 11, 12 games. We're talking
30 games.
30 games going undefeated, which is not out of the realm of possibility. As this one will look... It looks like this one will come to a close as SAGU defends its home turf, and they get themselves a 3-game winning streak. They beat the Wayland Baptist Pioneers 54-29 in a high-scoring affair, and SAGU took momentum and they took control in that second half. This is the final play. We're being told the final play in the ACU Aggies game, rolling out to the right. This has huge implications. He's not going to get the pass off, and that looks like it would probably end it.
Yeah, that'll do it. The
and ACU wins. So Arizona Christian comes back down 35-28, scores 2 touchdowns.
They were down by 14 at one point.
Absolutely,
yep. So big rally by Arizona Christian to maybe get back into that top 25.
You love to see all the games in the Sooner Athletic Conference ending around the same time. It ties it up in a nice little bow as we get to give you the outlook on the Sooner Athletic Conference. And there you see the final scores from all 4 games here in the Sooner today. Arizona Christian 42 coming back to beat the Oklahoma Panhandle State Aggies 42-35. Texas College comes to Fort Worth and loses 69-18. Langston in the big upset of the day. Louisiana College winning 31-24, and here in Waxahachie just went final 54-29. SAGU wins over the Wayland Baptist Pioneers. Tim, the matchup today here in Waxahachie, Jordan Barlow, I think the unanimous player of the game here in this one. Now, it's been a minute since we called his name because he sat almost the entire fourth quarter. Don't forget, he had 6 passing touchdowns, did have that 1 interception, but Jordan Barlow with his best game on the season, I think by far, and
absolutely,
just a crazy game by Barlow.
Statistically and just by the eyeball test, 419 yards and 6 touchdowns. Like you said, in just over 3 quarters of play. Like, there was not a time where they were just out there, hey, go run up the score, make your stats insane. Keaton Dudek, 69 rushing yards on the game, but only had 13 total rushes. Paul Odidi, with his breakout game, really filling in with Jamal Long out for the game, having to be that tall wide receiver today for SAGU. Had some huge plays and a touchdown. Not seen there, 3 touchdown catches by Zachary Johnson. Meanwhile, SAGU goes over 600 total yards on the day. Eventually, Wayland would get back over 39 rushing yards. We're talking about how that was negative forever. They will get in the positives, but all across the board, just total domination from SAGU. And really, like I said, from the moment that it was 17-10, where it was like, ooh, SAGU's missed some opportunities. They could be up bigger. Ever since then, SAGU really captured this game and had put it safely away really about halfway through the third quarter. It was all but done except for waiting for the clock to run out. So SAGU will notch their 6th win of the year. They're 6-3. They'll move back to above 500 in conference play as well.
Yep, 4-3 in conference now. Wayland Baptist falls to 2-6 overall and 2-5 in conference. So Wayland down there towards the bottom at this point of the Sooner Athletic Conference. Oklahoma Panhandle looked to try to make some momentum there today, but unfortunately for them, losing to Arizona Christian, who sits at 4th in the conference. And of course, Langston now going into today undefeated makes things very interesting. Of course, if the regular season ended right this minute, Langston would be the outright champions, as they have the tiebreaker over Ottawa with that victory last week over in Arizona. So things are very interesting right now here in the Student Athletic Conference. Of course, next week, SAGU, as you said, they go on the road to Tyler to take on Texas College in a matchup that should be relatively easier for SAGU. Going into Langston with a 4-game win streak is a very real possibility here for the Lions. There you see the rest of their schedule the rest of the way. Notch a W there against Wayland Baptist. Their last 2 games are on the road at Texas College and then at Langston. They take the drive up to Oklahoma to face the potential Sooner Athletic Conference champions in what could be a very spoiler game for SAGU. It'll be very interesting.
One way that loss today guarantees that will be a must-win game for Langston. They cannot wrap up the conference. Even if they beat the Firestorm next week, they got a tough hill to sled now, taking on Arizona Christian and SAGU. Like I said, you got to follow us on social media now to keep updated.
Absolutely.
We wish you could be back here next week and the week after talking to you.
Absolutely.
But you got to keep track of all that, as we will keep you updated on SAGU's positioning in the conference. Maybe some out-of-conference stuff as well. We'll find out stuff from the NCCAA on how their poll kind of shakes out eventually here. Be sure and follow us for that. But obviously, SAGU could go into that game with a chance to upend the conference championship race in Langston, as they currently sport a 1-game winning streak against Langston.
Absolutely, they do. They did win last year.
They finally got that win.
They got the monkey off the back last year with the win against Langston. Absolutely,
they got it up in Oklahoma as well.
Yes, they did. So they go back up to Oklahoma here in 2 weeks. This was our last football broadcast of the season. Next week, the next broadcast here for the SAGU Sports Network is next Saturday. Volleyball, the Lady Lions take on John Brown, Saturday, November 6th. That is a 1 o'clock start time for Hank Moore and the Lady Lions, who, like the football team, defeated their Wayland Baptist counterpart today in straight sets, 3-0. You can watch today's game along with hundreds of other on-demand anytime on the SAGU Sports Network YouTube channel. Be sure to like this video and hit subscribe. And then for game notes, news, highlights, and more, follow the SAGU Sports Network, like you said, on Twitter and on Facebook. We are going to go live to our sideline reporter, Will Boone, who is with SAGU Sports Network Player of the Game, Jordan Barlow. Will, down to you.
Jordan, you just threw for over 400 yards and 6 touchdowns in your final home game of the season. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. We had a good practice plan, executed it. We had a few injuries last week. I feel like we had some guys step up and really do what they're supposed to do and fill that role like nobody was missing, man. It was great. It's a great feeling.
So you have 2 games left in this season. They're both away. What are you expecting from the team in those final 2 games?
I'm expecting us to fight hard this week, fight hard next week, come out and finish better than we started. We're trying to get better every single week, and that's how we're trying to finish it. We got 2 more to keep getting better.
All right, so we got word that you have 1 year left in your eligibility. Tell us right now, are you coming back?
We'll see. I'm feeling about 90% sure I will. We'll see. It's hard to leave SAGU. It's just hard to quit playing. It's hard to hang them up. So we'll see.
Awesome. Thank you, Jordan. Back to you, Adam.
Wow, thank you, Will. Thank you, Jordan. I cannot believe they put him on the spot like that.
You
wow.
know, there was once a guy named Jordan who sent a simple memo that just said, "I'm back." We may have gotten another Jordan to say on camera, 90% sure,
wow.
I'm back. So, hey, you got to follow us for everything. Breaking news.
My goodness.
Way to go, Will Boone, asking on the spot.
The hard-hitting questions by our sideline reporter, Will Boone. Wow, you love to see that.
So I'll ask you, Adam, next season, are you back?
You gotta take that up with our director, John Cookman, man. I plan on being back. Absolutely. Final score again today here in Waxahachie, the SAGU Lions 54, the Wayland Baptist Pioneers 29. Thank you for a great season. 90%, as you know, 90% of our crew here at the SAGU Sports Network is made up of college students who are paving the way for the future and taking classes and learning the craft here of sports broadcasting, and we are extremely proud of them. They put on an excellent show every week. You would never know that they are students learning the craft, so we want to thank them for the hard work that they've put together here for the football season. Not done yet, still have volleyball to cover, and then, of course, the turnaround after winter break in basketball, but very extremely proud of our students here on the SAGU Sports Network. I am Adam Ferguson, right now with Tim Roberts, and on behalf of our sideline reporter Will Boone and our entire crew headed up by producer James Lex and director John Cookman. So long from Waxahachie, Texas, and thank you for watching the SAGU Sports Network.
Hit it with the